Hello everyone, I am Jahid and I am super excited to welcome you all to this special video course. Today we are going to be making a full stack SaaS application using Nuxt.js, Tailwind CSS and MongoDB. The project is going to be Google Taskboard / Trello clone. Whether you're looking for sharpen your full stack development skill or just starting out, this course has something for everyone. By end of this course, you will have a full stack SaaS application which you can use in your resume. You can make it your own. I'll give the source code to the description. So take it, make it your own, and let's start the course. Before we start our lesson, let's see what we are going to build today. So in front of you, what you see is the sign up page of our application. And keep in mind, we're not going to be using any third-party solution to roll out our auth. Our auth will be our own. We'll be using Bcrypt, JWT, all the primitive tools to build our authentication system. So if you are looking for a solution where you can roll out your own auth, then this course is the perfect fit for you. So let's sign up with a dummy account. So as you start typing, you will see you will have the front-end validation. So we are using a technology called Jod to validate our input in the front end as well as in the back end. So we would be writing schemas for all our resources and we would be validating it in the front end and in the back end as well. So we'll learn that as well. Now let's hit the sign up button. So as you can see, you're signed in and then you can see a little toast appearing from the right bottom corner. So we'll see how to create that as well. So once you're signed up, now you will be redirected to the login page where you will be basically log in. So for logging in, we'd be using a package called NextAuth with the Nuxt adaptation called site-based NextAuth. So you will learn that as well. So let's sign in and see what we have in the dashboard. So in the dashboard, first thing you will see that you already have a board created for you. So this board it will be automatically created for you, but you can change the name and you can select the image as well, right? So you can change the board name to anything. So for example, I'll just say updated. I'll hit update board and you can see our board is updated. Also, when you go inside the board page, first thing you will see there is a list already created for you. So we'll see all of that as well. So you see the beautiful background image. On top of that, we have our list. So this is a list and I can add multiple lists as well. So let's add another list and call it doing. So as you can see, I have created the list and in the bottom, you'll see the success message. And now you can also add card. So you can add card and in the description you see a beautiful WYSIWYG editor. So we'll learn that as well, how to add WYSIWYG in Nuxt or in Vue in general. So you can add all your text highlighting, all the WYSIWYG feature you get in normal application. Now if I create a card, you will see we have our card right in the list we have selected. Now the best part is you can just drag and drop the card to another list and it would be moved to that particular card. Not only the card, but you can also arrange your list as well. To prove it in front of you that it is working, I can just refresh and you see we still have our state persistent. So we'll see that as well. So you see I can now move my card in between the list. Now let's go back and let's explore the SaaS features as well. So you see I have one board. Now the multiple board is a premium feature just like Google Taskboard. So what if I try to create a new board? So let's try that. So let's call it freelance projects. Let's select an image and you see these images are not hard coded. These images we are getting from Pixabay API. We'll see how to create a custom component which you can use it as an input field, right? You can just bind your V model and it will work like magic. So now let's select the image just for reference and let's click on create board. And the thing you will see that multiple board is a premium feature. So this is your paywall. We'll also learn how to create the paywall in front end and in the back end as well. So when you make the request to the back end and if you don't have the premium plan, you will get an error response and based on that, we'll be rendering the paywall as well. So now you can click on the subscribe button and it will take you to the Stripe. You make your payment and then you will be able to create n number of boards. So let's do that. Let's click on subscribe. So what I want to show you is how I made this component. This component is reusable, so you can use it for other purposes as well. So as you can see, this component has some different text, right? So now I'll just close this one and then I'll click on this star icon. The star icon basically says that you don't have a premium plan, but if you click on this, you can then sign up for a premium plan. So let's click on this and you can see we have the same component with different text. We can now use this for all kind of other features that, let's say, you want to build on top of what we have built so far. So you can do that as well. So now let's click on subscribe, and what it will do is basically it will take you to the Stripe. So now as you can see, our Stripe page is loaded. So this will be your billing page and you have to pay here. So let's put some card information. Alright, as you can see, now I have put my information, and if I click on subscribe, it will subscribe me to the plan, and then it will call our webhook, which we'll learn in this video itself, how to create webhook in Nuxt inside the server routes. So it will now subscribe us, and then it will send a request. The Stripe will send a request to our backend, and then when we are back in our SaaS, as you can see, now we don't have the star icon because we are already subscribed. How we can prove that is basically now you can create another board. So let's say call freelance. Let's select a card, create a board. So as you can see, now we have multiple boards, and inside the boards you can create multiple lists, and inside the list you can create multiple cards which you can arrange, and the list itself you can arrange as well. But then we also have some pretty good SaaS features as well. So what happens if you cancel your plan? So we have used Stripe webhook to manage all our subscriptions. So anything happens, be it you do it from the Stripe panel or user do it themselves from the front end, it will all be synced through the Stripe webhook, and you are going to learn just that in this particular course. So let's see, we also have a billing page. So if you click on the billing page, it will take you to the Stripe billing portal. So there is one more thing to learn from this video. So as you can see, we have subscribed to this plan. I can cancel my plan, and basically it will cancel my plan for the current period. And after the end of the period, you cannot access the premium features. So all that we'll be learning in the video. So let's go back to the application, and you'll see we have the sign out button as well, and also we have dark mode. Of course, how can you launch a startup in 2023 without dark mode? So we'll cover that as well. Thanks to Nuxt UI, which is powering all of our application, and you will see how an open source design library like Nuxt UI can help you launch your startup in weeks. So I am super excited to start this journey with you, and if you want to see more of this kind of a video course, then please do let me know in the comment, and also don't forget to subscribe the channel. Let's begin. Alright guys, so let's start creating the application. So we'll start off by creating empty Nuxt project. So to do that, just run npx nuxt init and then the project name. I'm going to call it Trello. Then you got to choose what package manager you're going to use. You're free to choose anything. In my case, I'm going to choose pnpm. As you can see, our project is now created. So what you can do now, we can just go inside the folder, and then we can open our VS Code. So once our VS Code is open, what I would like to do, I would like to just close this terminal so we can manage everything inside the VS Code itself. Integrated terminal. So we have our integrated terminal. Now what I'll do, I will install dependencies that is going to be needed in the project. So as you can see, we are installing a few dependencies. The first one is bcrypt.js, which we are going to need it for hashing our password. We are going to need the Stripe for our SaaS features. We're going to be needing Vue draggable for drag and drop utilities. We are going to need the Nuxt.auth to make the authentication possible, and then we also need Vue quill. I'll explain that later. So this is basically for rich text editing. So let's press enter and install all these. Now that we have a dependency, now let's install a few of the dep dependency that we are going to be needing. So pnpm add, I'll add a D flag, and I'll paste all our dependency list. So let me walk you through what we are going to install. So we're going to install Nuxt.auth provided by Sidebase. which we'll use to create our own authentication flow. We're going to be using Nuxt UI for pre-built component. Then we have the site-based Nuxt. Okay, we have this 2 times. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just remove one. Then we have another package called Nuxt Server Utils, Mongoose and Zod. So Nuxt Server Utils is a package created by me. This package would help you if you are building a API inside Nuxt. It would help you to connect to MongoDB. It will also help you to create different resources, pagination and filtering. Then we have Mongoose. Mongoose is ODM. So ODM is basically equivalent of ORM in SQL. And then we have Zod for validation. So let's press enter and install all the dependencies. Now that we have our package installed, now let's create a env file. So we'll be needing all of these environment variables. The first one is for obviously your database string. You can get it from MongoDB Atlas if you are using the MongoDB Atlas service. If you already have a MongoDB instance running in your local computer, then you can just use this string. You can also change the name of the collection, but that's totally up to you. Then you gotta save your auth secret. We're just going to give it just this string, but I really suggest you to use something stronger. Then you have your auth origin. This is needed by the next auth package. So for that, we need this root of our application. In production case, it would be your domain name. And in local development, we have this localhost and the port number. Then the third thing we need is a Stripe price ID. I'll show you how to create the Stripe price ID. And then you need the Stripe public key and secret key. I will show you all that in the later part of the video. Then we need a Pixabay API key that is also needed for creating an image picker. So I'll also show you how you can get the key. And then at very end, we have the Stripe Webhooks secret. This is needed for subscription feature, of course. So we'll see all of that later. So please make sure you have this one and this one and this one set up correctly right now. And as we go along in the video, we'll be setting up all these other variable later on. Alright guys, now that we have our environment variable set up, what I will do before running the application, I'd also like to add our configuration to the Nuxt config file. So remember what we have installed. We have installed the Nuxt UI package as a module for UI related stuff. So let's add that. So modules, and it would take an array, and in that array I will have Nuxt/UI, and then we'll also take the Nuxt server utils, and I'll save it, and just below that I'm going to write the config for both of these things, UI and then the Nuxt server utils. For UI you don't need anything, so I'm just going to just define it here like this. And then for the Nuxt server utils we have a few options. So Nuxt server utils, and in order for it to work with the MongoDB, we need to give a MongoDB connection string. So I'm just going to write that now, Mongo and we would point it to the process.env.mongodb_URI. I'll also go inside the env and I'll make sure I have the same URI here. I'm going to save it. And now that we have our basic configuration done, I would like to run the application. So I'll just run pnpm dev, and it should now start the application in port 3000. So as you can see, it has started the application, and we are also seeing the message MongoDB connected. So our first milestone is done. We are successfully able to connect to the MongoDB. Also, I would like to show you what the application is right now. So let me just run the window. So this is the application as of now. So what I would like to do, I would like to remove this portion from the template. So now that we have our basic uh, project setup done, let's see at our requirements what we have done so far and what we're going to do next. Alright guys, as you see, we have already installed our Nuxt tree. We have added all the required dependency. We have connected to the MongoDB and we are yet to create a basic layout. So let's do that. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to close this one. I'm going to take a new window and I'm going to just stick it to the right side like this, and I'm also going to do this and I'll make it a little bit bigger, and let's go to the localhost 3000. And as you can see, we have our empty layout. So app.view would be our entry point of the application. We're not going to be using layout here because I feel app.view for this application is more than enough. So let's start writing our necessary things inside the app.view. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to just add the Nuxt page component, which would render all our pages right here. Then I would also like to add the new notifications from the Nuxt UI. This would be used to fire the toast. So this is also added. And now that we have that, let's also add a little bit of styles in our page. So as a style in the body, we're going to give some different color. So I'll use the Tailwind CSS keyword apply, and then I'm going to use BG gray 100 for light mode, and for the dark mode I'm going to be using BG gray 900. That's enough, and I guess you'll not see the difference right away because we are still in the dark mode. So once we go ahead and create the color switcher component, you can see that changes is taking place. So now that we have our basic layout, we are already done with our first chapter, which is basically to set up the project. Now that all out of the way, we will now focus totally on the user authentication. So we'll start that by creating the user model. So let's do that. So I'll just close the app.view. I'll keep it open here, and inside the server I'm going to create another directory called models, and now inside the models I'm going to create the model for users. So it would be user.model.ts. Then I would import schema from Mongoose, and I would also import model from Mongoose, and I would also import document from Mongoose. So let's start building our schemas. Let me resize this a little bit because we don't need to see what is going on there. So let's write our user schema. So in the user schema, we need the user name, and the type of the name should be string, and we also need it to be required. We can make it true, and once we have the name, we also need the email. That would be of type string. Also required would be true, and we'll also add a unique index, so it should also be unique. I would also like to add a trim. So if you have a space at the very start and end of the email, that should also cut off automatically. Then we need the password. So the password would be of type string, and it is also required field. So just like that, we have our name, email, password. Now we need few more things. So basically we also need another attributes called Stripe customer ID. We would be using that later for our subscription feature. You don't need to know a lot about this, but we'll cover it in the chapter where we'll explore the Stripe integration. So it would also be of type string, and the default would be null. Okay, so that out of the way. Now our schema is done. What else I would like to do is I would like to add the timestamp. So I'll set timestamp to true. So now our timestamp is also added. Now let's export the model. So what I'll do, I'll do export const user, and that should be equal to model, and then we have to give our model a name and our schema. So user schema, and that should be it. But since we are using TypeScript, I would also like to add type for this particular user. So let's create a type. So I'd export interface, let's add the name as string. Then we have email, customer ID, which is also string, but it can also be undefined. So that is done, and would like to pass it as generic to our model, and there you go. Also, I'd like to add another property to the password, which is select, and I would like to make it false because we don't want our password to be shared around. So we'll just select it to false, and that would basically hide our password when we query the user. So now all that is done. Now what we'll do, we'll also create a method for hashing our password right here inside the model itself. So we'll be adding a schema middleware provided by Mongoose. If you don't know, just follow along. So basically how we do it is use a schema, and then we have a function called, we have a property called methods. Then on top of the methods, we can create our basically custom function. So first thing I'll do, I'll create a compare password, which would be equal to asynchronous function, and we don't need the function name. It should be an anonymous function, and it should just basically will pass the normal password as string, and we'll compare the password. So I'll just add the definition a little bit later, but let's also add another middleware. This is not a middleware, by the way. This is just a function, normal function, which you can call on top of the user. When you initialize the user, you can call the compare password on top of the user, and you can basically use the user's data inside this function. So now we are going to add a middleware which runs before the query executes. So you can, there are a bunch of middleware options you can use in Mongoose. There is the pre-middleware which runs before we execute the query. There is the post which runs after you execute the query. There's a whole bunch of middleware you can use. So in our case, we are going to check if the password is changed. If that is true, then we are going to hash the password before saving the password to the database. So we are never going to save the raw password in our database. It would always be hashed inside our middleware. So let's write that thing. So use the schema dot pre, and as soon as I start adding the parameters, you can see we have a whole bunch of different options. What we are interested in is the save. So where do we have the save? So we have save here, right here. So, and the second would be the second function, the second parameter would be a function. So let's give the function, and it is also an anonymous function, and the function receives next, and basically we do our magic here. So what I would like to do is, if this refers to this whole document, so if this is modified, we get the is modified options functions as well. If this is modified, what if password is modified, is not modified, then we're just going to return the next, right? If the password is not modified, we're not going to change the hash. If it is modified, let's say in future someone changed the password, user's password, so in that case we will run this piece of code that we're just going to write. So this dot password should be our generate hash, and we are going to pass on our password. We don't have the function yet. We'll create that function. So let's try to do that. So where I'll create the function is inside, I'll create another directory. I'll call it utils inside the server. So inside the utils, we're going to create a new utility. I would name it just hash, and I would also open the hash utility right here. So I can see Nuxt has created a whole bunch of things. I don't need all of that. So what I need is basically I need the bcrypt, and I would get the bcrypt from the bcrypt.js library, which I have installed, and then I would export asynchronous function. I would name the function generate hash. I would receive a data, and the type should be string, and I'll do my thing here. But as you can see, we have a squiggly line here because we need to add the type for the bcrypt.js. So the older packages might not have the type in it, so if you are using TypeScript, you are going to get this error. So what you need to do is you need to copy this particular code, type /bcrypt.js. You need to copy it, and then you need to open your terminal and install this as deb dependency. So let's do that. npm add, and I would add a dev flag, and I'll just install it. As it is now installed, let's do our function here. Let's press it a save, and as you can see, we have the squiggly line is now gone. So first thing we have to do is we have to generate a salt value. So salt would be bcrypt gen salt, and we can just pass a salt round here. So basically salt round can be 10, so you can just type 10, and the good idea is to put this also inside the env, but for this particular tutorial we're just going to give it hard coded, so it will generate a salt. And if you put your mouse over it, you can see this is a promise, so we have to wait for it. And once we have our salt, what we can do, we can get the hashed data in a new variable, and we can basically call the bcrypt dot hash, and we have to pass the data and the salt. So once that is done, what you can do, we can just return the hashed data. So that is out of the way. Now we can use this particular thing here. So I'm just going to copy this one, and then I'm going to paste it here. Also I have to import this to our file, and that's all basically. So our hash password is now added. Now let's also add the definition for the compare password. So it would be pretty easy. So I'll just return and I'll also add the bcrypt. So let's also import the bcrypt here, because we need bcrypt to compare the password, bcrypt.js, and we have a extra OI. So let's copy this one. We have the bcrypt and then compare, and basically now we can give our it basically takes two parameter. One is the string and another one is the hashed version of that same string. So compare, this will receive this dot password. This would be the normal password, and the second parameter would come from the database, this dot password, and this will basically, or we would use this inside our authentication method to check if the password the user entered is correct or not. So now that is out of the way, we are almost done with our model creation, and we have also created the hash to generate the hash. So now let's create some API endpoints to register the user. So to create an API, what you have to do is go inside the server directory, and go inside that, create a new directory, call it API, and now you can just start creating your API files. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another directory. I'll call it auth, and then inside the auth I'd create a new file. I'd call it signup.post.ts. So the idea is basically this is your endpoint, so API/auth/signup, and this is the HTTP method for that endpoint. So this would be a post route, and this would go to /myApplicationURL/API/auth/signup. That's basically it. So let's do that. And how do we create an API? That is also very easy. So what you have to do is you have to export the defined event handler. So let's do that. Export default, and I'll write define event handler. It would receive event. That is very easy to do. Now we have our route. I can prove it to you by just returning OK, like that. And what I can do, I can open up my terminal a little bit. I can go to a new terminal, and I can just curl, and then I can give the post, and let's try localhost 3000 API/auth/signup. Now this should give me OK, but let's see what happens. But as you see, we are not able to get the results. Might be our some problem with my WSL. So what I'll do, I'll go inside this, and I will install an extension which lets me make HTTP request, and it is already installed. So let's go inside, let's make a new request, paste it here, and make a post request, send, and as you can see, we are getting back the OK. So that means our REST API has been created, and we are getting the response back. There is something wrong with my WSL for sure. So let's close this one, and let's also minimize this a little bit. Let's remove all this, and let's start building our API. So what we need to register the user, first thing, we need a validation. Otherwise, a lot of bad actors can also send some malicious data, and they can also get registered. So we need a way to validate the user input. You remember we have installed Zod. Zod is used for validating data. So we are going to be using Zod with the help of Nuxt server utils, we can create some pretty good and neat validation. So for that, we have to create the schema against which we are going to be validating the event data. So how do we access the data from the event is like this. So I can say const body, and it should be equal to await, and we have a utility called read body, and we basically pass our event, and this thing basically gives us all the data that was sent from the in the API. This should obviously be a asynchronous function, and here is how you get access to the data. So we have to validate this piece of data in this endpoint. So let's do that. So what I'll do, I'll create another directory in the root, and I would call it schemas, and inside the schema I will create a new schema called signup.schema.ts, and now inside that I would basically import the infamous Zod library, and I would just export default z.object. So this is how you define your schema in Zod. So so our data, we should expect it to be an object, and inside that we should expect a name. So this is basically the username, and what we would like to the name be, the name should be of a type string, and then we also like to have a minimum of 3 characters, and also would have a maximum of 255 or maybe 50. For name, I guess 50 characters is enough. If you have a longer name, just let me know in the comment. I don't know a person who have more than a 50 characters name, but I might be wrong. So then we have our email. Email should also be of z string. It should also be of type email, and that's basically it. Then we need the password as well. So the password should be also type string. The minimum should be 8 characters. We don't want to cap it. We don't want to add a max. And then we also need another field called password confirm. So users should always confirm their password. So we'd also like to just copy it from here, and I'll paste it here. And now we need to check if the password, whether the password and password confirm matches. To do that, there's no inbuilt way, but we have to use refine for that. So we'll refine, would get back the data, and basically now we can just say data.password should be equal to data.password confirm. If not, then what happens is we send a message. What's the message? Password do not. So our message is added. We also have to give a path of where we are mounting the error. So the path would be the password confirm. So let's copy it, let's paste it. Now let's save it. So our schema is done. So for all our subsequent API endpoints, we are going to be writing schemas, and this schema we are going to be using it in the form validation as well. So as we're writing this schema is going to be heavily used in the API validation, as well as we'll validate it in the front end as well. So we are getting extra assured that our data will always be good. So let's save it, and let's go inside our sign up post. So how we can match the schema here, how we can use the schema is basically by using the Nuxt server utils. So let's import something from the Nuxt server utils. So something from Nuxt server utils, and what we would like to import is something called validator. So I would like to add validator.validate schema. So the first thing it takes is the schema itself. So let's give the sign up schema, and then our data, right? So data is basically our body. So we have given our validation, our validate schema. Now what will happen if you send some data that doesn't match with this particular set of schema, then it will throw a 400 error with all the error message. I can prove it to you by making a request. So let's do that. Let's go to the Thunderbolt client. Let's go inside that. Let's try to get a body with an empty object, and let's send it. So as you can see, we are getting a validation error with proper error code, proper status message, as well as data where we have the error. So the name is required, email is required, password is required, and password confirm is required. So what I can do, I can just send you the name here, like Jahid. I can also send the email, and then let's say what happened, jahid@email.com. This should be a JSON. This should also be a valid JSON. Let's send that, and as you can see, now we have only two errors: password and password confirm are required. So let's also add the password. Let's see what happens. So let's add password Jahid12345678, and I would also like to add the password confirm. So let's also add password confirm. So I'm just going to copy it from here, password confirm, and I'm just going to write 123. Let's save it and let's hit send. So as you can see, we still have our validation, but the thing is we are not getting the password confirm error, which should basically say that we are passing a different data. So let's see what's wrong with that. So let's just try making it an empty array. Let's send it, and we still see there is some sort of error, but the error is not coming. So let's investigate a little bit. So let's go to the sign up and let's see if we have everything correct. So we have our data here. We are matching it with the data.password and then password confirm. So it should already work. So let's check. Let's copy it from here, and are we giving the name correct? That is what my concern is. So let's do that. Let's save. But no, we don't get anything as of now. Let's save it again. Okay guys, so as you can see, there is a small JSON error. So let's just remove that. Let's add a comma and let's send. And as you can see, we already see the password do not match. So all our validations are now working. Well, good. Now what we can do, we can just save our user to our user model. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to call the user model, and then I'm going to call the create method, and I would like to just pass the body. Since all our data is now validated, we have nothing to worry about, and we can just send the users. Let's store the user in a variable. Let's also wait for the create promise, and let's send back our user to the request. So let's save it. Let's now make the request 785678. Now let's send, and as you can see, it says password do not match, and I think it is correct. So let's copy it over to here, and there was a mistake, of course. Let's click on send, and as you can see, we have our name, email, password. As you can see, the password is hashed, right? And you have the Stripe customer ID, and we have our timestamp as well. So all our data are storing correctly. What I would like to do here while we are at it is just to remove the user password from here. So what I'll do, I'll just write password would be undefined, and I would like to spread the users here with the 3 spread operator. So I'll save it. I would like to create, let's try creating with the same email. Let's see what happens. So as you can see, we are getting a duplicate key error that is coming from the MongoDB, but we should also add a validation in our function itself. But since database is already taking care of that, we don't need to worry. So let's add a new email, this Jahid2, click on send, and we still have a problem, it seems. Okay, so what happens is when you do spread like this, so keep in mind this is not your average object. This is basically a Mongoose document. It has a whole bunch of different prototypes, different methods. So the best way of spreading it would be to call the to object, and this will basically convert the user to an object, and then the object would get spread out. So let's save it, let's go, let's type Jahid3, let's send, and as you can see we have our user data. Now that is enough for now, and now we can start creating our authentication. Now let's go back to our documentation and let's see how far we have done. So I'll just bring up the documentation a little bit, and as you can see we have completed the project setup. We have created a basic layout, we have created connected to the MongoDB, and then in the user authentication we have created the user model, we have created the user API. Now we have to start creating the user authentication API routes, out of which we have created the create user sign up route. Now we have to create login and the authentication pages in the front end. So let's do that. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside our server API, and then I'm going to create a get all route. So what do you mean by get all route? So get all routes are basically where basically we create a route, and that no matter whatever you add as a route that follows the parent route structures, it always ends up in that particular function. So let's create that. So inside auth, I'm going to create a new API. So you might be asking, your VS Code is not giving you this option. I'm getting this option because I have an extension installed called Nuxt.js. So you have to search for Nuxt.js, and if you are using Nuxt project, I highly recommend you to use this particular extension, but it is totally up to you. You can use it, you cannot use it, it's totally up to you. So since I am using it, I'll just show you. So new API, and then I'm going to just add, I'll just like to spread it like that, and I'll not add any method so far. So let's press enter, and it will create a spread all route. So what the extension is basically doing, it is adding the boilerplate code, which is export default define event handler, which we have already done ourselves right here. So I'm not going to do that ever again and again. So that's why I'm going to use the extension to make my life a little bit easier. So since I have now this one, so what I'd like to do, I'd like to remove this one, since we are going to be using the package which we have installed called Sidebase Nuxt auth. So this gives us a function which we can just export it from here, and it will take care of our login. But of course we have to add our logic to it. So the first thing we have to do is we have to export the Nuxt auth handler, and it takes a bunch of options which we'll just configure right now. So let's import it. So import, so let's save it, and you can see we have error. Why? Because we have not set up the auth configuration yet. To do that, go inside the Nuxt config, and basically you have to add your configuration. So let's do that. So let's go inside here and let's add your auth. So what it takes is, first thing, it takes a base URL. So base URL should be your process.env/auth origin, which we have already added, if you remember. You can also go back to that particular section where we have showed you how to set up the environment variable. So our auth origin is added. Now we have to give a provider. So the provider would take a type. So I'll give the auth.js, Now that is basically it. That's the only setup we need to do. Now what I would like to do is I would also like to rerun my application. So pnpm dev, and I would like to save my configuration. Oh, as you can see, I'm adding the configuration, but I haven't added it to the module list. So add it inside the module list as well. So it should be site based. So as you can see, our error is gone. We have all the TypeScript support and all. So let's save it. Let's close it. Let's go back to here. And now we have to add our configuration. So let's add that. So the first thing we need, the very first thing we need is a secret. So let's add a secret, and I would basically add the secret. So the secret, if you remember, it is inside our .env file. So what you can do, we can import the .env file variables inside our Nuxt config, and then we can use it using a composable. So let's do that. So what I would like to do, just before all of that, I'm just going to write runtime config, and now here I'll take auth, and inside the auth I would write secret, and this secret would be process.env.auth_secret. Let's save it. And now what you can do, we can use runtime config, and then we have access to the auth, and then we have access to the secret. Nice autocomplete, right? Now that we have our secret done, we have to add our providers to here. So inside the providers, so there the Nuxt auth package supports multiple providers. Like you can add your different provider, for example GitHub login, your different OAuth login. So what we are interested in, a auth provider called credentials. Since we are rolling our own auth, we need the credentials provider. So let's import it. Next auth provider credentials. Keep in mind, it is not getting imported from the Nuxt auth, but it is from the next auth. So Nuxt auth is highly dependent on next auth, which is itself is dependent on Auth.js. So don't get confused. If you want to know more about the authentication and deep dive into it, then I have a video, an hour-long video about the authentication. Just go and watch that video. So I'm not going to explain the nitty-gritty, just follow along. So we have our credentials provider right here. So let's also add, just change the name a little bit. So credential providers. So inside the providers, I'm going to write credentials provider, and on top of that default. So we'll take the default method, and inside that now we have to do our logics and all. So you see, we'll get this particular error. So to mitigate that, there's a workaround. You just add ts you just slap a ts ignore, which will mitigate the squiggly line. But since these are some cross platform packages, so you will get a lot of these. So just slap the ts ignore, if you know what I mean. So then it also takes a name. So I'll just give it a name, credential. This name will reference from the front end, so credentials. And then the second thing it needs is origin again. So the origin would be, let's also use the runtime config for that. So use runtime config, and now we'll use auth/origin. Since we don't have origin, we'll get the squiggly line. Then let's also add the origin here. So origin, and our origin should be copied from right here. So let's save it, and we are good to go now. So we have our origins, we have our name. Now we need to define a function called authorize gets the credentials. Let's also add the type. So email should be of type string, and the password should be of type string as well. And right here, all your login logic. So inside here, now I'll write all my login logic. So the first thing would be to find the user. So let's import the user, and find on we'll just going to add with the credentials email. So we're just going to find the email of the user, and then if the user doesn't exist, we're just going to write return null. That's fine. And if user exists, what I'm going to do, remember we have created a function inside our model, so we can just do that. So we'll do await user dot compare password. So see, we are not getting the auto completion. Why? Because we have to add this particular thing inside our document as well. So let's do that. So it is of type function, and it returns a promise of what? Void. Nothing. It returns nothing. No, it does return something, right? It returns true or false. So boolean. So it should be boolean, right? So let's cut it down here, and let's also use that. So compare password. Now what we'll do, we'll just send credentials dot password. So this will basically tell us if our why we are getting this error. Okay, so apparently we have done something wrong, so we should add the password here. It's too much typing, man. So string, and now we should not have any error. So now that we have done that, let's also check if is not valid, right? If it is not valid, then what? Return null, and otherwise return user dot to object, right? Like that. Like that. So our user is now returned. Now we have to do a bunch of other things as well. So let's do that. We have to give the session a strategy. So our strategy would be JWT, and then we also need to define some callbacks. These are important for sending extra data along with the users. So let me do that quickly. So inside the callbacks, the first callbacks we need is the JWT. So this is where we build our JWT token. So it receives a token as well as the user object. And what we do basically, it is pretty boring to do actually. So what we do is we check if the user exists, and then we concatenate that inside our token. We basically spread that inside the token. I'm using the wrong term here. So token. So this, there you go. You have the token, and then inside the token we are inserting token as well as the user data, right? So now we will be basically returning the token from here. So if user exists, we are doing some manipulation, and then we are returning the token back. So our JWT callback is now done. Now we need another callback called session. So this is also very important. I'll tell you why. So what happens is, whenever you are already logged in and you go back and then you come back, with each of the page refresh, when the authentication library sends a request to get the current session, we also want to send the current user data to the front end, so that we are already updated with all the features that is going on. So let's try to understand this through example. Let's say you have changed the user subscription status in the backend, right, from the database, right? You are a wizard, we can do that. So now your user is logged in and your data is basically encrypted within a token. So the front end is requesting a token and that they are getting the token, right? They are trying the JWT decrypt, they are getting the user's data back. So in that way, the user is still logged in, but the information they get is fetched when they have logged in. So this is not a really updated data to be specific. So we need to intercept the session and we need to get the latest user data from the database and we need to send that with the session. So I hope it makes sense to you now. So basically in the session callback, we get the session, we get the token, and now we'll do something radical. So we'll do const, I'll get the refreshed user, and I'll just in a moment I'll create this particular function. This will give us the latest user, and inside the session dot user we'll again spread some other data. So first of all we'd like to spread the token and it should be equal to, so first thing we're going to spread is token, then we're going to add the session dot users, and now if we have the refreshed user data, so this will already have the user data when at the time when they logged in, and now we are going to spread that with the refreshed data. So what happens, right? So this has the same data as this one, but this might have some updated data as well. So all the updated data would be overwritten. This will override all the previous data by this particular session user. Isn't it awesome? So now that is done, we have to return our session. So let's return session, and our session is now okay. We have to add a comma here. Let's save it. Now we have to create the get user function, which is pretty easy. So let's go on top of that and let's write that. So inside the get user, we're getting an ID. We're just finding the user from the database, and we are basically sending that data back to the user, right? So let's save it, and what we have here is an error because the token should be of JWT, but since we have manipulated it on top, so we are sure that it will have the ID, but our program doesn't understand. So what we'll do, we'll just slap another TS expect error. I know it's not at most professional, but we already know that token will have the ID, right? So let's save it, and that is basically all we need to do the login. So in terms of the backend, what we have done so far is we have completed our login, our check session route, all that inside this catch all route. We have our sign up endpoint, which we have tested properly. We have our user model, which is powering all that. And so basically from authentication perspective in our application, we have done almost everything in the backend. Now let's go back to the front end and let's design some pages. So what I'll do, I'll create another directory called pages. Inside pages, I'll create another directory. I'll call it auth. And then inside auth, I'll create another file, another page, and I'll call it. So let's go inside the sign in and let's just create the sign in page. So as you can see now, we are getting this 404 error because why? Inside the app.view, we have used the Nuxt page component, which checks inside the page directory, but we don't have an index page. Hence, we are getting the 404 error. So go inside the pages and add index page, and you will not get the 404 since we have created the page inside the auth. So that's why it's not working. Now it should just work magically. See, we have our index page. So let's just add some text, right? Let's call it maybe dashboard. I don't know. Yeah. So we have that. Awesome. So now I would close some of these files, and just to make things easier for you, I'll also close the signup.post. And now I'll go inside, sorry, I'll go inside signin.view. This is where we are most interested in. So let's start creating the sign in page. Let's first thing I'll take is grid. So what we're trying to build is a 2-column layout for our authentication page. So in the first column we'll have our page, and then the second column we'll just have a gradient. So let me add some classes. So in LG, in large screen I'll have grid calls 2, and I would have the full screen. So this is equivalent to height 100 VH. Also get the BG gray 100. Since we already have added the background color, I don't think I have to add that again. So now let's create our left column. So let's just call it left. And so in the left column would be, so let's add a few classes. Let's add a few classes to our left column. So I'd like to make it place self center, which will make it to the center. Let's also add a bunch of other classes. Let's go over to this, and let's add just left text. And what I would like to do, I'd like to go inside the page, so auth and then sign in. And as you can see, we have our text right here. So in the right, we would have the right, and then right should be hidden in the phone, but it should be open in the large screen. Now I would like to add a little bit of style in the right. I would just add a gradient. So I've added the right class, and as you can see, we have a beautiful gradient. That is I guess enough, but I would also like to add a little bit of animation. So I have already done that, and so I'll just going to copy that over to here. And as you can see, we have our gradient. What we're doing is we have a different keyframe. We have a 3 keyframe, one at a 0, one at a 50%, one at 100%. So we took a big gradient, and now we are just moving it around, right? We're just moving it around. It's not a magic. So we have a bunch of gradient colors, and we have taken the large size, and then we are just going from different positions, and hence it is making some sort of a gradient fading animation, but it is pretty easy. Alright guys, so since we have now a basic layout, so now let's add something instead of left. So let's add a header. So first thing we'll have is a header with a logo, and then we'll have our card with the form. So I'm going to write text, would like center, and would like MB6, and inside that we will have the logo. So let's add the logo component as well. So I would like to create a folder called components, and inside the components I would like the logo. So you can find the logo in the GitHub repository. I have it saved, so I'll just going to copy it from somewhere. So let's go inside the component. Let's create a new component, call it logo, and I'm just going to paste it. So it's just a SVG, guys. You can put anything, and I don't want you to use this logo. You can use just your own logo. Why not? So yeah, so we should have our own logo. So let's see this logo thing here. Now as you can see, we have our logo, and I want it to in the very center of the page. So let's also justify it to the center, and we have it inside the center. Awesome. What else do we need? We need a text. I would write h1, and I would write sign in, something like that. It should be below that. And yeah, log in to your account. Why not account, right? And let's add some class to it as well. So text would be extra large, and font should be bold, and I should also add some margin top of 4. That is enough. Wow, it's looking good already. So now that we have this particular design, now it's time to create the form. So my form would go here. So I'll just write form, and I like to add HTML comment, although it doesn't make any better, but it's a good practice to do. So the sign-in form would be very simple. So let's do that. So we'd take the uForm component from the Nuxt UI library. If you want to know more about the uForm component or how it works, I already have a half-an-hour video, so you go and check that out. So before so we do that, press on save, and so uForm text state. I don't know why I'm not getting the TypeScript type sense. So let's just check if we have added this inside our Nuxt. So we have the Nuxt UI, we have the UI as well. Yeah, it should work already. So let's give it a state. Just now we're going to give an empty state, and keep in mind we're going to use the validation, and the validation will come from the schema that we have already written. So that is going to be pretty handy and easy for us to build. So we use now the form group component, and inside the uForm group we have to give it a name. So the name would be name. So we are building the login screen, so it would be email, and the label would also be email, and inside that we would have a input. I'm going to give it a type of email, and that's basically it. And I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to copy this over to here, and I'm going to just change it to password, and I'm just going to write password. And you can already see we have some sort of input fields, although it looks ugly, but we'll make it look good, don't worry. So we'll add the password, and as you see we have it something like that. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's just do it like this. Okay, that's enough. Okay, so we have that. So what I'll do, I'll add some classes to the group. So I'll give MB4, and we have a nice spacing I can see already. Okay, so now that we have our email and password fields, let's also add the U button component. I would make it a block, and I would make it call sign in, and as you can see we have our sign in button. All great. So now what I'll do, I'll just wrap it inside a component, and I'll call it card. So we have a U card component. Inside that, let's paste it, and we have a beautiful card around it, but it is intercepting with the login. So let's also add a MT4, which is margin 4, which stands for margin 4. Let's add 8 maybe. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So let's see how it looks in the desktop. Wow, it already looks very good now. Okay, now the thing is we're going to be using the same layout for the sign up page, right? So let's do one thing. We'll create a component, a reusable component out of this whole layout, and we'll be basically using the same two for the sign up. But before that, let's try out our login feature and let's see if it works. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to just click on sign in, and as you see, you don't see any validation message or anything. So let's do that. So the EU form also accept a props called schema, and now you can just pass your George schema. So what's our George schema called? It calls sign up schema, right? What is it called? Sign up schema. So it is sign up schema, but we have to make a sign in schema. So let's just copy it. Let's create a new file. Let's call it signin.schema.ts. Let's save it. What we need is just the email and password. Now that we have the email name, email and password, we don't need a name. Actually, the email and password is enough. So now that we have it here, instead of having it in two separate places, I would always like to prefer to reuse something that can be reused. So what I will do instead, I'll just copy it from here, and then what I would export is basically, and let's import it as well. Import sign in schema. I'm not getting the type IntelliSense. So what I'll do, I'll just save it. I'll save this page as well, and then I'm going to, now this time I'll get the auto completions and all. So sometimes VS Code gives me this headache, I don't know. So then on top of the sign in schema, what I can do is I can extend. Isn't it awesome? I can extend, and then inside that, what do I need apart from the email and the password? I need the name. So let's copy our old thing. Let's move it. So let's move it one at a time. We need the name. We need the password confirm. And we also need our refine. So let's put that. Let's remove all that. And now we got our sign in schema as well as we got our sign up schema. Awesome. So let's close these two. And let's go back to our component since we are now only focusing on the designing. So let's do the designing. So what we are interested in the sign-in schema. So our sign-in schema added, but there is a issue. What's the issue? We don't have a script. Wow, what a shame. So let's add our script. So script setup lang TypeScript, and inside that we have our schema, right? Now, what will happen is we don't have a state. So the EU form cannot find the path where to show the error. So we have to create our state. So let's do that. So to create a state, I'll take just a form state, and I would make it a reactive object. So first thing is the email. Let's call it undefined. Then the password would also be undefined. So let's copy the form state, paste it inside our state props, save it, refresh the page again, and we see no error. Why is that? We haven't bind our state with our individual input field. So let's do that. View model form state dot email, then we have fee model, then form state dot password, and we need a T here. Let's save it. Let me also open the console so that we make sure we don't have anything going on. Go over to the console. We have everything correctly. We have our email, we have the name, password, we have the vmodel form group. But yes, now we see our error. Nice and awesome. but the formatting I don't like at all. Where is it coming from? Is it coming from the text center? Yes, it is. So apparently I have made a mistake. I have put all my card inside the header, which should be outside of the header. Like here, the main component should be like here. So let's save. Let's put, yeah, and as you can see, we have the validation. So now that we have our validation and everything, let's now make our user log in to the system. So what I will do, you remember we are using Nuxt.auth. So let's call the composable. So don't get confused. This is coming from the Nuxt.auth which we have installed. So if you are following along with this video, then you don't have to do anything. You will get this composable and you don't even have to import it. So it will expose the sign-in function. So now we'll call the sign-in function inside here. So I'll create a function. I'll name it handle sign-in, and the params, I don't need any params. We'll get it from the event. So let's hook this up with the form event. So submit and handle sign-in. Awesome. Now let's save it, and now here we'll get an event, right? And then the event would be the type of form submit event, right? And now we need to pass a bunch of generics. Now to understand this, you don't have to be a TypeScript wizard, just follow along. So that would be of z output. So this would give us the output for a given schema. So let's also import the Zod. So z would be imported from Zod. We get the output, and inside the output we need the type of sign-in schema. Now this particular event will expose the data, and this would be typed from our schema. So what I'll do now, I'll call await, I'll call sign-in, and in the sign-in, the first thing we need is the providers. So we are using credentials. So let's put credentials, and then in the next one we need the email, right? We need to pass the email, event.data dot what email. See how good the validation is. So event.data dot password, right? Since this is asynchronous function, it's a good way to also handle the error properly. So I'll just throw some try catch block here, and I'll just do that. And since my prettier is not working, I'll just manually format it. Okay, just like a psychopath. So now it should log into our application. But what I would also like to have is a loading indicator while we are logging in. So let's also, on top of the form state, add a variable of reference called is loading, and I would set it to ref false. Let's copy it inside the try. Let's set the value to set it inside the finally. Now inside the U button component we get loading props, where I would just set is loading, right? So save it, and now let's do one thing. If the sign-in goes through, if the user is signed in, so what I'll do, I would use the use router, and I would redirect them to the home page, and we'll later add a middleware to the home page so that only authenticated user can go there and no one else can go. I'd also like to add another piece of data here, which is redirect, and I would like to set it to false, right? So we don't want to redirect in a default behavior. So let's save it. And this particular thing also give you a response. So I'll check for the error, right? It gives you an error as well, error, and you see this shows a squiggly line, right? But believe me, this sends an error. You can just test it. So I'm not going to do that. So let's save it. Let's go and do we have a user, and then Control C, paste it right here. Let's try to sign in, and as you can see, we are signing in, aren't we? But there is a problem, right? I don't think we are getting logged in. So let me prove it to you by using a middleware to the index. So inside the script, I'd always like my script to be on the top of the page, because that's how I like it. So let's add a middleware. So to add a middleware in the Vue, it is very easy. What you need to do is to define page meta. Inside that, you will have your option to add the middleware. So what middleware I will use is the basic middleware given by the Nuxt auth library. Let's save it. Let's refresh. And as you can see, we are not logged in, and we see this weird looking page which we didn't even create it, right? It is coming from the backend. See, API auth and / callback. So what this is coming from is basically it is coming from this particular API which we have created, the catch all route, right? So from here it is coming. So what we need to do is we need to specify explicitly where our login page is. So let's do that. So we'd like to give it a pages, and inside the pages, sign in, and then the sign in page would be where /auth /sign in, something like that. Now let's go back. Let's go back to the home page, and it would be redirected to here, right? And you'll get this error, right? Just ignore it. This is coming from the Nuxt auth package. So that's totally, we can ignore that for now. So let's focus on the login part, what error we are getting. So what I would like to do is I would like to go inside the sign in page. I would like to remove the use router. I'd like to get the response, and I'd like to debug it a little bit. So console.log, and I'd like to see what we are getting from the server. So let's open it up a little bit, refresh. Again, I'm going to copy the password. Our password is correct, I guess. Email. So our email is also correct, I think. So let's click on sign in. And as you can see, we are getting something, an error which says illegal argument string and undefined. That's a new one. So let's check what it is. So let's go inside the sign in method. We are sending email, we are sending password, and then we are getting this one, right? State is true. So let's go inside our authentication, and we have our, all right guys, so let's see what is inside our catch all route. So first of all, we are trying to get the user here. Oh, actually I remember. So you remember we have set something here. So the password should not be available when you are getting when you are querying the user. This is exactly what we are doing here. We're trying to find one new user, right, based on the email. But then we are not getting the password, right? We're not getting the password, but we're trying to compare the password. So it doesn't make any sense, is it? So let's do one thing. Let's explicitly tell Mongoose to add the password as well. Let's save it. And now let's go inside the sign in. And let's also remove the response from here. And let's add if the res dot error does not exist, right? If it does not exist, then what we'll do, we'll use router dot push, and we'll just go back to the home page. Let's save it, and let's save it. Oh, one mistake again. So is loading should be false when in the finally stage. So let's save it. Let's go to our password and let's refresh it a little bit, and let's copy our password, and let's take our email. Let's paste the email and click on sign in, and bam, you are inside the dashboard. Alright guys, since now we have our sign in page, I would like to make some adjustment here. So again, I'm going to slap a TS ignore. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but the package I'm using doesn't really give us a lot of options. So I have to do that, or otherwise I have to make a PR to the package, for which I don't have any time because I'm recording this long video. So let's save it, and what I would like to do, I would like to make a few things are usable. But before that, let's check if our authentication is really indeed working. So this is on the normal page. Now what I'll do, I'll copy this and I'll go inside up another private window. I'm going to paste this one, and I'm still logged in because we are in the same private window. So let me bring up another browser instance. Let's go inside that and see now we are behind the authentication wall. Awesome. So yeah, now that we have that, what we need to do is we are going to use the same design except the form. So what we'll do, instead of redoing the whole thing again, since we are using the Vue and we have the options to create components, so let's create a component, a wrapper component for the authentication pages. So let's create a component directory called wrapper. Inside the wrapper, I'm going to just add a capital W. So standard should be followed. So inside the wrapper, I would call auth. And what I'll do is basically I would copy everything from the sign in. I would now go to auth and I would basically paste it, right? And then I'll just remove the whole thing from here. And what do we need to make reusable? This particular card. So let's remove the form. Let's slap a slot. So this would be our slot. We'll basically put our form from there to here. Then we also need to change this text. Let's probably call it, take it as a props. Let's call it title. Let's go to the top and accept the props. So to do that, what I like to do is interface. Since I'm a TypeScript guy, so I would always add the types separately. So we have our props. Now let's define my props and I will pass the generics, and there we go. Now we have our props. Save it, and now we have our title. Now we can use this thing inside our sign in page. So except the U form, I will remove everything. I'll remove the comment as well. We don't need that. Let's remove all the parts from here and add the wrapper auth, and also just save it, and let's give the title, and what should be the title? The title should be login to your account. Let's probably refactor it a little bit. Yeah, awesome. Save it, and let's just save it now and go back to my auth layout. The title should already work. Now what I would like to do is I would like to check after logging out if I'm expecting and what I'm getting against my expectation. So let's go to application, let's clear the site data, let's refresh, and I'm back to the login page and it's good. Now we can use the same component to create the registration page. So why not? Let's just do that. So let's go inside the sign up. Inside the sign up, what I would like to do is I would like to add wrapper auth. Again, I'm not getting any auto completion, so I'm going to reload my window again. So wrapper auth. Oh crap, I'm writing inside script, so how do I get the completion? So let's do proper way. So inside the templates, wrapper auth, and so let's just start creating the form. So form needs a state. Let's create the state. On top of here is the const form state would be equal to reactive, and we need name undefined. We need email, which should also be undefined. We need password, which also be undefined at initially. Then we need the password confirm, which would also be undefined. What else? That's it, I guess. So let's give the form state. Let's also add our title. Create a free account. Something like that. Now let's go back to our auth/sign up page, and we have our create free account. Okay, now that we have our form state and form inside the eForm, let's add the schema. Why not? So schema, and it should be the sign up schema imported from the signup.schema. And now let's add our form input element. So eForm group. So it should be name. Label should also be name. And inside that, I'll get form input, and the type, I don't need to put the type actually, so let's just forget that. So form state.name, and what else? Yeah, that's fine, I guess. So let's copy it over 3 times. So now we need email with a E capital, and here as well I'd like to add the type here because I want it to be a perfect email. And for the other one, it should be password, and also the type should be password, name should be password, and this should be password as well. Let's copy it over one more time, and let's call it password confirm password, not password confirm, that sounds weird. Confirm password, and then password confirm password, and it should also be password confirm. Nice enough. Now let's give some margin from the bottom, so margin 4, more than enough. Now let's add the button should be block, type should be submit, and it should say create account. Wow, awesome. So now that we have that, let's also add a form submit event listener. So handle submit. So we'll create this piece of function on top. So let's call it a sync function, and let's call it event, and the type, again, what would be the type? The type would be form submit event, and then we'll need some TypeScript wizardry. So we'll import Zod output, and that should be the type of sign up schema, and basically now you have your event validated event data. We would take the try catch. We need a small e here, and then also need a finally. Let's also add a loading state here. So let's add the value would be true in first instance. Let's copy it. Let's paste it here. Let's set it to false. Okay, awesome. Now we need to register our user. So to do that, let's first check if our validation is working. Yes, it is working indeed. So now in here, now we need to send our data back to the backend, to the API. So what API do we have? We have a API/auth/signup. So now we can send this data over to here. So let's do that. So what I'll call the composable use fetch, and now see the magic here, you'll get the auto completion. So we are interested in API/auth/signup. So put that, and then we got a bunch of options. So first of all, we have to set the method. The method should be what? Post, and then we need to give a body. The body would be event.data. So what will happen if you just give the reactive data like this? The form would, the handle submit would then get retriggered. You might not know the solution of this. So when something is reactive, then if something changes, right? So what happens is this function would then again would be retriggered. That's a problem. So let's tell the use page to not watch for the reactive properties. So I would say watch, I'd say false, and I would also wait for this one. I'll just wait for this one, and then if everything goes through, what I'll do, I'll use toast, and I'll add a toast for the success of our user. So I'll add title, and then I would say account created with the exclamation sign, and then I would also give a description. So just saying you would be redirected to the login page, and let's also add the timeout to 200 millisecond 2000. Now that's enough, I guess. Now let's try our integration, and if anything goes south, then we'd fire another toast, and in this case, instead of title account created, I would say just simply say error, and then in the description I would just say dot message, or if that doesn't exist, then something went wrong. And let's also add type for the e, and I'd also remove the timeout, and I would like to set the default timeout. So that's enough. So let's do one thing. Let's try. Let's save everything and let's make a refresh. Let's put some information. I'll say Jahid, name Jahid3 at gmail.com. Password should be password, and then another password should be another password. Let's click on save, and you can see account is created. Now the problem is when the account is getting created, the button should load. So let's do one thing. Let's add the loading props. So is loading added? What else do we need? After this, we need to redirect the user back to the login page. So use router dot push, and then name would be auth sign in. Awesome. So let's create another account. I'll call it Jahid4 at gmail.com. Then password would be password, another password would be, let's create. Awesome. Now I can log in. So let's say Jahid4 at gmail.com, and password would be password. Let's sign in, and now I'm in the dashboard. Awesome. So congratulations, so far now we have rolled our own authentication with the registration, with the form validation, everything without even using a third-party authentication system. So be proud of yourself, and let's go into the next section of the course. So far we have completed the this portion. Our user authentication is done. Now user can sign up, sign in, and we have added a whole bunch of things. So that is done. Now we'll start creating the resources for the board in the backend, and then we'll start creating the board page. So let's do that. Let's build the board resource API. So for that, what I'm going to do is go inside the models, and inside that I'm going to write board.model. So let's start off by importing the schema and the models, and also I'll import the document so that we can use that for creating our own board document type. So after that, let's define our schema. So inside the schema, the first thing we need is the name. Then we need an array of the list. So this would be basically the reference of the list, and we would store the ID inside the list so that we can maintain the order of the list in the board itself. Then we need our owner to define which user it belongs to, and then we need a cover image for the background, and then we would also like to add the timestamp, and at very last we'd also add the TypeScript interface, and then would export the board model. So now that our board model is done, let's go inside the API and create the API as well. So inside the API, just outside of the auth, inside the API, I'm going to create another route or another directory. I'd name it boards. Inside the boards, let's first create the API to create the board. So click on new API or new file. So I'm going to click on new API, and then I'm going to write index.post. So this file would be, this function would be called whenever we make a request to /API/board/ and a post request. First thing we have to do is we have to create a schema so that we can validate against. So let's go inside schema. Let's create a new file. Let's name it. Let's start off by importing Zod. Then let's return our object. Inside the object, we need a name. We need the description for the board. We need a cover image, and we also need the list And keep in mind, inside the list, we need an array of string, and that should also be optional. So you can have it when you are creating a board, you will not have the list, but then when you are creating a list or when you already are updating a already created board, then you will have the list as well. And at that time, we need that to be an array of. All right, so let's save it and let's go inside the API post. And here what I'd like to do, I'd like to import a bunch of let's import the validator from Nuxt server utils. So let's get access to the body of the event. I'm going to add read body. I'm going to do the event. So now that we have a body, we can call the validator dot validate schema, and then we would have the board schema against body. If something doesn't match, it should throw a 400 require validation error, 422 actually to be specific. Now that we have our board data, would like to store that. So let's do that. So let's go create a board and await, and then board dot create, and inside that let's spread the body. Now there is a problem inside the board. We need a owner ID, which should be the type ID, but we don't get the user, we don't have the access to the authenticated user ID. So for that, what we will do, we'll create a middleware inside the server. So that middleware would be running on before every route and every pages you have inside the Nuxt app. So I'll create the middleware right now. Let's go inside the server and then create a new directory called middleware, and in that middleware directory, what we'll do is basically we will create a new middleware and we will name it on.auth.ts. Now you might ask, Jahid, why are you adding one as a prefix? So let's say if you are building a big application, chances are you'd be using a lot of middleware. You might have a middleware for admin, you might have a middleware for the user. So since the Nitro and the Nuxt is a file based, right? So how do you know which precedence it would follow to execute the middleware? So for that, we can use this 1 and then 2, this numbering method to tell the Nuxt system that this should run before all other different middleware. Since we have only one middleware, in our case, it wouldn't be problematic if we just put one, if we just put the name, right? But since I would like to show you that, and if in case you have multiple middleware and it doesn't work as you intended, then you know the reason. And as you can see, I have 2 TS extensions, so there's no reason for that. That's a mistake. So let's remove that. So first thing we'll do here is we would like to get access to the session data. So how do you get the session data is basically we use a composable, server composable called get server session, and we get it from the auth, and it should be import, not const. So import, so we'll get the server session here. So let's assign this to get server session. Let's put the event onto it. Now we have the session. I can prove it to you by just console.logging the whole thing. So let's console.log and let's put session, let's save it and let's refresh and you'll get the session. So let me save it again. We have these promises. So since this is a promise, we have to actually await for it. So we need the await keyword. Let's save it. Let's run the application again. And as you see, we have our users, right? And the problem is we also see the password. So we'll remove that in a bit, but let's now focus on the server session. So in this session, we get our user object. Now we know that this particular session has a user and this session is authenticated. So what now I'll do, I will create an array of routes list and I would apply a rules to those routes, and those routes should only be accessed when the user is logged in. So let's create a array. I'll call it protected route. And inside that I would have API/users, and then we don't have created the users yet, but we'll do when we'll do the SaaS, and then boards, and then API/lists. When you do the list, of course this should also be a protected route. Now that we have that, let's now match it with our event URL and restrict them. So what this does is basically it checks for each of these indexes, right? Each of these elements, and then it matches it with the event path name, and it check if it starts with these particular words or these particular strings, then it is a protected route. So now we will do if it is not protected route, so we'll check the negation first. So if the request doesn't falls under these rules, then just do nothing, just go back or do something, do nothing. Yeah. Else, I mean, if now this would be executed only for these particular lists. So now we are checking if session doesn't exist. If session doesn't exist, we would throw an error. So we do throw an error and would say create error. So this is how we basically create an error in Nuxt server routes and the Nuxt throughout the Nuxt application. You can also use it in H3 and Nitro as well. So we would give the status code as 401, that is for unauthenticated. Then I would also give a status message as unauthenticated, and then also I'd like to have a message. So now that we are sending the 401, if the session doesn't exist, now we have to also think when the user exists, the session exists. So if the session exists, what we'll do, we'll attach the user session, the session.user data to the event. So event.context, and now what we'll do, we'll just assign a new variable, and then we'll just assign session.user, just like that. So now let's save it. Let's close it, and now the board has access. Now the board would only be accessed when the request is authenticated. So now let's get the user from the event.context. So const user should be event.context context.user, and then the owner of the board would be user.id. So this is how you create the board. So once the board is created, I'm just going to send back the board to the request. So this is how we create the board. So board board create API is done. So now let's create the index API. So let's create an API and name it index.get, and now we have that. So first thing we'll do, we'll get the user from the event, and now let's do something boards, and let's get the board from find, and what we are going to find is the owner would be user._id, and once we find that, we just return the boards back to the user. Okay, so now our index to get all boards and create boards APIs are ready. So now we can probably test that as well. So what I would like to do is let's start creating the boards interface as well. So we have this page right now. So what I would like to do, let's also create a wrapper for the default layout. So keep in mind, we have just created the board index API and then the create API, and now we're going to create the board pages. So let's go inside wrapper and let's create a component. Let's name it default. So this should be okay. So our default file is created. So let's use this inside the index. First thing I'll do, I'll use the use auth composable to get access to the authenticated data and the sign out function. Since this would be a wrapper class, we should be having the sign out button at all the time. So let's get access to the data and sign out from the use auth. Then I'll create our drop down items. So in the drop down items, I would have a array. It's two-dimensional array. In the first array element, we'll have an array and then we'll call it profile. So it would be just a drop down button. Then we would have the billing option in the drop down itself, and then we'll have the sign out button. On clicking on the sign out option, it should invoke the handle sign out function, which will just create. So in the handle sign out function, we would just have it with the sign out function given by the use auth composable. So now that we have our logic inside the script, now let's come to the template and let's start building. So the first thing we'll do, we'll take a main element. Inside the main element, we would take a container, and then inside the container would slap the slot. So all our content from the pages would go inside the slot, and then we'll start creating the header. So in the header, we'll take a padding 2 and then the border. So let's save it and let's see what we see. As you can see, we have a slight different color on the top of the page. So now let's add the inner component. So I'll also take a container inside the header, and then I'll take a flex to render our logos and all our other menu elements on the right. So let's do that. So the first thing would be the logo. So the component, we haven't created it yet, but we'll create just in a moment. Then we'll take our inline flex to have all our component right beside in the right section. So first thing, I would also slap slots. So a page specific action and the buttons should be rendered here. So let's say in the index page, we want to show some different buttons. So we can do that. And for, let's say, board page, board details page, we can show some different button. And then we would have our color switcher component, which we didn't create yet, but after this we'll create that as well. Then we will have our drop down. Inside the drop down, we have to pass the drop down items. So keep in mind, we are using the Nuxt UI component. So this is the Nuxt UI component, and this specification I have taken from the Nuxt UI. So you can check the documentation. All the links would be in the description. Now you have to pass the props items inside the items props, and then as an element, I would take icon, and I would take the user icon. So let's save it and see what we get. As you can see, we have our beautiful drop down. So next thing I will do is I'll customize the profile, and instead of just showing profile, I will say I signed in as, and then the user email address. Keep in mind, this data and user email address we are getting from the use auth composable. So let's save now, and as you can see, we are getting this. So awesome. Now we have our wrapper, and now what we can do, we can go ahead and start creating the color switcher. So go inside the component, click on new component, and then click on create the color switcher component. Color switcher. Well, we can create the color switcher very easily using the use color mode composable, but we are not going to do that because we are very lazy, and we already can just copy that from the Nuxt UI. So I'm just going to go to ui.nuxt.com, and I'm going to go to the examples. Trust me, it is very easy, but since it's already done, so why should we waste our time on that, right? So let's copy, let's save it, and we should have our color switcher right here. See, awesome, isn't it? So now I'm going to turn it to white only for now, for the sake of the video. Now we have our color switcher, and now let's go inside the index page, and now let's try to fetch our boards. So let's go inside the index page. So page and index. So in order to fetch data from Nuxt API, what you can do, you can use the same use fetch composable. And so now this time around we have the API boards, and this is a get request, so you don't have to pass a second argument. So it would expose a bunch of variable and function. The first thing we're interested in data. So let's try to add the data over to here. Let's add the data, and see, we have an empty array. Awesome. So now what I would like to do is I would like to add a button right here, and that says create board. So let's add that. So how do we do that? We have a slots named actions, right? So let's use that same slots and create a button. So this should be u button, and the size should be sm or xs, let's say, and then we'll say create board, right? So this button, awesome. So this is how the buttons look, and it is totally responsive. So now if we click this button, there should be a slide over, and then it should show the form for creating the board. So let's do that. So now we have our component. So what I'll do now, I will add a variable. I'll say show create board, and I would set it to the ref false. Let's save it, and let's add the slide over. Keep in mind, the slide over also comes from the Nuxt UI. So let's bind it with our variable show create board. And now if someone clicks here, let's also add a click handler, and let's copy it from here and let's set it to true. Now if someone clicks here, this should come over. So let's add this one, let's save it. All right, so we have, yeah, so awesome. Now we have this. Nice. So here we will have our form and the button, and the same form we'll be using for editing as well as for the updating, and that would all be happening in dynamically, and we'll use only one component. So this is how the create board is going to look like. So let's create the form. So what I'll do, I would add a few information in the board. So see, the board, the slide over doesn't have a close button, so I would also like to add that. So let's do that. So what I'll do is I will create a component which then I can use to all the slide over to add the title and the close button. So let's go inside the components, and I'm going to call the components overlay header, right? And then I'm going to paste a little bit of code which I have written earlier. So this is what the code is. So we're going to get the titles as a props, then and then we're also going to receive our functions, and then we'll get the title. We'll just show the title with a bunch of styles, and then we'll also have a button, the close button, and then on the close button we'll just bind it with the function we receive, callback function kind of a thing. So this callback function would be run whenever someone clicks that button. So nice and simple. Let's close that. Let's use that inside our overlay header. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to just give a title, and then the title would be create a board, and then on click would be show create board would be false. So that's just it. Let's save it. And this is not a event, so this will take a function, so we have to give it as a function. So let's copy it and let's make it a function, and let's save it. Now we have the titles, we have the close button, all looking pretty awesome, right? So let's now create the form. So yeah, inside there I will write u form, and this needs a state. Since we are going to be using the form for the edit and the update, it's a better idea to have its own component. So let's just do that from the very beginning. So let's create a folder called form, and inside the form we'll have a new component called board, right? So let's copy this whole thing, and I'm not gonna mess this index page with all the other logics. So let's create a little bit of separation. So we have the form here. Let's remove the outer div, we don't need that. Let's also put the script on top because I like it that way. So now let's use the same form inside here. So what I'll do is I'll just call form board, and I just paste it here. Okay, so first thing we'll do is we will create the form state. So we'll again have a reactive, and first thing would be the name, which is undefined. Then we have the cover image, which is again undefined. I think I just need these two information, right, in order to create a board. So let's give the state here, form state. I guess I should reload the window again, and I should start creating the form group. Name should be name, and then the label also should be name, and then you input would bind it with the form state dot name, and then we'll have the image picker. We'll just create the component in a bit. So this is how it looks as of now. So we'll have the form. So let's also add a class that should add some margin from the bottom, and also let's create the button, button block, and it should say create board. Let's save it. Let's see what we see. Okay, awesome. So we already see that, but there's a problem that this looks very bad. So what I'll do, we'll just wrap it inside I'll just wrap it inside padding, and now it looks good. So what I've said, I would use the same form to create and update. So we have to accept some props for that. So let's create some props. Should be type, and the type should either be create or update. Then we need the initial data, which can also be undefined sometimes, and if it is defined, then it should be the board document. So that's it. And we would also like to accept some callbacks. So on create, so if on create calls, I'd also like to update it to on update. Now that is done, let's create the props. Now we'd also add some default values. So type should by default should be create. So let's use the with defaults, and then we'll use define props, and we should pass our interface right here, and then all our default value would go here. So the type should be create by default. Okay, so now that we have that, what we'll do, we'll add a auth effect. So auth effect, and so now I'll check if props dot type is equal to update, and props dot initial data. What we'll do is we will assign the form state dot name equal to props dot initial data dot name, and then form state dot cover image should be props dot initial data dot cover image. Now the thing is, the initial data can be undefined, so all its member are also it is a string, but since this form state doesn't have a type, so that's why it is giving you error. So undefined, when you don't have a type defined, right, what happens is it takes the initial value and it thinks that this is the only value it will hold in the future as well. So that is not the case. So we can also pass a generic to our reactive. So what we'll do, we will just we'll add a partial and board document. Right now all our error are gone. So whenever the type is update and the props is initial, we have the initial data, we'll just assign it to the form value, right? And whenever we have the type props dot type is create, then what happens is we reset our form state dot name would be undefined, and then form state dot cover image would also be, no, I don't think we need that. So let's undefined, so let's just comment it, we don't need that. We'll need that in future, so I'll tell you why. So let's save our component and let's try to create a board. What do we see? Did we add the schema? No. So let's add the schema. So schema should be board schema. Awesome. So let's see, it should not be a type, it should be a value. Let's save and let's see what oh no, board schema is different. Board schema, let's import that, and there you go. Let's refresh our page and we have our board schema right here. So what do we have in our board schema? We have name, description, cover image, and list, right? Let's save. Now let's also add type to our button. It should be submit. Let's refresh. Let's open the console, and if we see any error, we'd fix that right away. So let's click on create a board. Okay, now we are getting the validation error. Now this can be used to create the board. Now what I would like to do is I would like to change this text based on whatever the type we are receiving. So instead of just putting normal text, what we'll do instead is we'll take a dynamic variable. I'll check based on the type. So if type is create, then I will render this part. Else I would say update board. Awesome. So that's pretty much it, I guess. Now let's add the logic to handle the form. So let's add our submit event and call the handle form, and let's add async function handle form. Again, we'll get our event form submit event. We should also add our Zod output, which again would have the type of board schema. Awesome. So now what I'll do, we'll use the use fetch API, but I would also like to add the try catch. So if something goes south, we know what error we get. So let's add use fetch, and let's set up the method as post and body to be the event dot data, and also I should not watch for anything, so watch should be false, and I have to await for it. Okay, and also let's create a loading state. So is loading should be false. Now let's copy it and add it in our try catch. The value would be true, and in the finally closure it should be false. Awesome. So now we can create the boards. So let's try that. So let's say main board, create board. Do we see any network? Yes, indeed, and we get our boards back. Awesome. So we are having the is loading state, but we are not actually using it inside the button. So let's use that. Loading is loading, save it, refresh it, and there you go. You see the data, right? Awesome. So now what I will do, I'll get outside of here, and I would check if I have the on create callback. If yes, then call it, right? So let's save it. Let's go back, and in the form board, what I'll do, I will pass a on create function. What this function should do is basically refresh the use page. So I told you, right, use page gives you data. It also gives you the refresh function. So take the refresh, put it here, or you can just write it here. And also let's close the slide over, right? We don't need that slide over anymore. So let's close the slide over, save it, refresh it, and then let's create another board, create board, and now we have another board. Isn't it awesome? Okay guys, that's pretty cool. Now we really don't have anything to update since we don't have created the update API. So we'll just do that right now. So let's go inside the API. So here is our API, server API boards. So what I would like to do is I'd like to copy this whole thing. Then inside the boards, what I'll do, I'll create another directory. I'll call it board ID. So this is a dynamic route. If you don't know how this works and you want to know more about it, then I have a separate video for that. You can check that out. So we'll dynamically get the board ID, and then inside that we'll call index.put. Just put index.put is enough. So now what I'll do, I'll paste the whole thing that we have just used, and now we'll also validate, but in this time we will call the partial because some data might not be changed. So let's call the partial, and we'll also check for the validator. Now instead of this, what we'll do, find on and update. So first one is the find query, so it would be owner should be user dot underscore id, right? And then we should match the id would be, so how do we access this id? So to do that, we can use this thing. We can use board id equal to get route param, send the event, send the name, board id, get the board id, and just send it here. Awesome, right? Now you'll get the board, and then in the second parameter you have to give the updated data. So I will use the set of MongoDB, and then inside the set I would basically give my body. Awesome. So that's, now the problem is sometimes the owner might be changed, right? So that's okay for this video, I guess. So let's get the updated body, and now this will send back, this will not send the updated data, but this will just send if the board has been updated. So to send the new updated data, what you can do is you can just create new equal to true, but I don't think we need the new data since we are going to refresh that anyway. So let's just remove that and just send the whatever the result we get from here, right? So now we have our update route as well. See, creating the API in Nuxt is so easy that you're going to fall in love in that, and you'll never go back to other backend frameworks such as Express or anything if you don't need something complex, right? So yeah, so our fetch, so our update API is done. So let's close that. Let's go to our page, and so now that we have some basic data, why don't we show it in cards, right? So let's do that. So what I'll do now, I'll just close this one and let it rest here, and then I will I'll change this one. So we are getting the data, but we also see the data is of type unknown. So we can also type it using the use fetch, and then we can pass our type. So it should be our board document array, right? This is what we are getting back. So let's just do that. And now we are going to show the data. So let's do that. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take a wrapper. So let's get a flex, perhaps. No, let's get grid. I like grid more than flex. So grid, and then for large screen, I'm going to get grid calls 4. We need 4 columns. And now let's create the card. So rounded should be LG. It should have border. It should also have shadow. These two are a horrible combination, I know, but let's just slide in for now. Shadow, and I'll also give some padding, and I'll make text center. And as you can see, we already can see that. So let's say v4 board in data, and we also have to give a key that should be board dot id, and inside that let's just say board dot name. See, we have that. So in smaller screen, the grid calls should be 3 at least. Okay, awesome. And also I'd like to have a bg white, and for the dark I'd like to have a bg gray 800. Awesome. I'd also like to have some gap of 4 pixel. Yeah, it looks good enough, but the shadows are too harsh. So what I'll do, I'll add some softer shadow. So in dark mode, the border should be gray 500, little more, yeah, better. So now what I want is, so when I click, this should open the form in an edit mode with all the data. So what I can do now is I can also have a variable and call it selected board, and I can ref, and then the ref should be of board document, or it should also can be undefined, right? So now selected board. And what I'll do, so if someone clicks on this div, on this particular div, so what happens then? If someone clicks on this div, what happens is, first of all, selected board should be the board, then show create board equal to true. So what we're doing, we're setting the selected board, and then we're also selecting the show create board equal to true. And now inside the form, what you can do, you can just copy it from here, and instead of just hard-coded title, what you can do is we can have this. If we have a selected board, else what we can have, create a board or update board. Awesome, isn't it? Now, so our form also accept the type. So the type should be if selected board is added. So let's just copy it from here, and let's give update, or else it should be create. Now our error is gone. Since the error is gone, what you can do, we can also add the initial data, which should be the selected board. Awesome. Save it. Now what will happen if I click, you see update board is coming up with the data, right? But if I click on update board, nothing will happen. It will create another board. Why? Because we don't have the put logic here. So now we have to add that. So let's be the create here. So now we'll check if props.type is update. So in that case, what we'll do, we'll just copy this particular section here, we'll put it here, and now we have a different route, don't we? We have a different route. Let me prove it to you. So see, we need a board ID. So let's put our board ID here as well. So so it would be props.initialData.id, just like that. So now that we have our ID, and we certainly sure we will have the ID if it is updated. So let's also check that here using in our if statement itself, and it should also have the ID, right? Otherwise it doesn't make any sense. So now change it to the put event.data, and this basically should update the data. So once the update is done, what we would like to do is we'd like to call the on update callback function. So that is done. And another thing I would like to do is I would like to add a toast. So use toast and then add, and then inside the title I would say board updated, and here I would say board created with exclamation, and from there I would just return nothing. So now it should update the board. Okay, let me prove it to you. Let's refresh, and we have another board. Let's call it second board probably. Let's click on update. Okay, so let's try to update the board. As you can see, I'm not able to update the board. So I might know the reason, because the data we are getting back from in our initial data, the cover image is we are getting a null, right? But we are only checking for undefined. So let's change the schema a little bit. So I'll go to the board schema, and then right here in the cover image, on top of the optional, I'd also add another chain nullable. So now it should now update the board as well. So instead of another board, I'd call it a second board. Let's update that. I'm still not able to update it. Let's refresh, and let's add second here. And as you can see, I have now I'm getting an awesome toast. It's good. So now what I'll do, I'll just remove this all unwanted event, and in my index component, index page actually, I will also add another function, callback function, which I have not added yet. So it would be update, and also at the same time the selected board should be undefined, right? So let's save it, and let's save it and let's create main board, and let's call it, let's not just update that, let's just update this one. So let's call it secondary board, something like that. Update, and there we go, the updated data. Isn't it awesome? So our board creation and board updation process is done. Now we'll also create the delete button. But before we do that, let's just face this error, what this error is. So you remember in the default component we have used this one icon, but we don't have that component. So instead of icon, let's just change it to logo. Yeah, we have the logo. It looks too big for me, so I'll go inside, and then I'll change it a little bit. Now I just let's go inside the logo, and instead of having a H12, and so let's just change it to 8. Yeah, looks far more good. Also, instead of 2XL, let's have only XL. Yeah, now it's better. So now let's refresh, and I hope you should not see any error. So now we have our boards, we have the edits, we can create another board as well. But see, there's a problem, right? So when you refresh the page, and then when you try to create a board, there's no problem at all so far. Then when you click on our existing board, then you close it, then you open create board, and then you will still see the updated board. So the problem is when you select a board, it assign the board data to the selected board, right? But when you close it, it doesn't set it to undefined. So let's fix that. So let's go to the index, and let's add a watch effect here. So I'll add the watch effect, and it would be simple. So if the show create board dot value is not true, then what we'll do is we'll select this and then we'll assign undefined. Let's save it, and I hope you'll not face that issue again. So let's select one, updated. Now click on no, you don't see that in again. So save, update, create the third board, create, and there you go, your third board. So awesome. So far we have created all our boards. So now let's add the rest of the APIs. So we have our update API. We'll create the delete API, but before that I think we should move on to the list API, because if we delete the board, then that means we should also delete the child list, and the child list should also delete its cards, right? So we have to do that. So before we just create the delete function, I believe we should finish the list and the card resource module first. So congratulations so far. So far we have created the authentication, we have created the registration login, and then we have created the boards API, and we have also shown how to create a reusable dynamic component, how to create how to use the Nuxt UI. So let's take a little break, maybe a 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I'm talking about you because with the help of video editing, it would be just in next second. So just take a break. If you are watching till now from the beginning, then I guess you should also take a break. And after that, let's create the list and the card API. And then after that, we would be adding the awesome drag and drop functionality. Welcome back, guys. So before I go inside the list API building, so what I would like to do is I would like to add a component by which we can just add an image from the Pixabay API. So each day we will have so through this component we can add multiple different copyright-free images for our board, and this would be powered by the Pixabay API. You are free to choose any other API. If you'd like to add the Pixels API, you can do that as well, but I prefer Pixabay. So to follow along, what you need a Pixabay account. So I just go and create a Pixabay account. So this would be my Pixabay page. After logging in, you can go inside the Explore, and then you will find the API section. So click on the API section, and you can click on Get Started. And basically after going to the documentation page, you will get your Pixabay key right here. I will close this account, so I'm just going to expose this key to you, but you please make sure you create your own key. So I'm just going to would like to copy this one from here. So that's all we need, and now I'd like to just close this one. And so let's paste it here. Let's save it. Let's close our .env file. And now what I would like to do is I would like to create a component, and I would call it image picker. So just the image picker dot view. So now let's start building the image picker component. So first thing we'll do, we'll get the Pixabay API key from the Nuxt config. We don't have the key defined yet inside the Nuxt config, but we'll do that after we build the component. So let's now also add the model, the props model, so we can use it like a two-way binding. So inside the image picker, we'll be using vModel to communicate with the component and its parent. Then we'll get the data. We'll try to fetch it using the useFetch composable, and then we'll paste the Pixabay API URL with our key, and we'll set the image type to photo and orientation to horizontal, since we need a horizontal image, and per page I would set to 32. that is enough for our users. So then if we get the data, what we'll do, we'll also add emits. Emits will help us emit the event from the component to its parent. So we would use the update model value, which would basically be tied up to the v model. So then we'll just send the value as string. That string would be the image URL. So now that we are done with the script, now let's go back to our templates and let's try to show the data. So inside the templates, we will have the data, and inside the data we will have hits. So we'll check first if we have the hits. If we have the hits, we'll just add some styles to our ordered list element, and then inside our li element we would be looping through all the hits. So we'd be basically getting the image from the hits, and then we would add some classes to style the image. Then would add an active class. So if you select the image, it should also add some shadow and also add a blue ring around it. So after that, we'll also tie a key with the looped item, which would be the image ID, which is always the unique one. Then also I'd like to emit the event when we have a click event. So in the click event, we'd like to emit this particular event, and we would like to send the large image URL. So now that we have that, now let's add the image itself. So inside we are going to be using Nuxt image. So I'll just show you how to install that. It's pretty easy if you're using the latest version of the Nuxt. So we'll then use src and then image preview. So this would be the preview URL for the image. Then we'll have the class, and we'll give height and width full with absolute and object cover. So now that our component is done, we will have an error because Nuxt image is not yet added. So what we'll do, we'll just save it, and would also like to add the Pixabay API key to our Nuxt config file. So let's go over to our Nuxt config, and inside the runtime config, so I'll define a public environment variable, which should be let's copy it from the here. Let's copy it and let's paste it, and it would be process.env dot pixabay underscore API underscore key. So that would be our Pixabay API key. Let's close this one, and let's use this inside our board form. So what I'll do, I'll save it. I'll go inside the board form, and then inside right here, I'm just going to copy this one. I'm going to paste this form group, and I would just name it cover image, and I'd add the label as cover image. Now inside the component would be using the image picker, and would also set the v model, and would attach it to the form state cover image. That's fine for now. That should be fine for now. So let's save it, and probably we should receive an error because we don't have the Nuxt image yet. So let's save it, let's refresh, and let's see what happens. So as you can see, the moment we have refreshed, you see there's a prompt in our terminal. So this is a new version of Nuxt. So if you are using the new version of Nuxt, if you don't have the Nuxt image, they can detect the tag and they can ask you to install that. So I'm going to click on enter, and it will install the Nuxt image latest for me, and that would be basically enough for us to use the image. So it seems our packages are installed. So, and we have the results right here. So what I'll do, I'll click on the main board, and you see we have nothing here. So let's see what's the issue. So I'm go over to the console, and as you can see, we are having some error. So let's investigate what's the error is. Okay, it seems like we have the wrong API key here. So what I would like to do is I would like to add the correct API key. So let's go over to our environment variable folder files, and let's see, this is the Pixabay API key. So let's copy it and let's see what we have in our Nuxt config. So inside the public, we have the Pixabay API key, and then we have the correct key as well. So let's copy it again, and let's go back to our image picker component from here, and let's see Pixabay API key. So now what I'd like to do is, since we have changed our env content, what I'd like to do is I'd like to close this one, and I'd like to run the application. So it is now loaded properly. Now let's click on the main board, and as you can see, now we have our images. Awesome. So let's select an image and let's try to update it. Let's see if it is getting saved in our backend. So what I would like to do, I'd like to go and I'd like to see if we are sending the correct details. So of course we are sending the cover image. So as we can see, we are sending the correct data over to the backend, but then from the backend we are not getting the updated results. Perhaps we should check in the board. So inside the board, yes, indeed we have the cover image. So that is good. So now let's minimize this and let's close this one, and now let's redesign this card a little bit so that we have our images in the background of the card, if we have the image. Guys, this is how our cards looks like. I don't think it is it looks too good. So what we'll do, instead of having it inside the index page, we'll create a board card component, and then we'll add our new design. So for that, what we'll do, we'll create a new directory inside the components, and then we'll call it, hold on, we'll go inside the components and let's click on new folder and let's call it board, and inside the board we'll create a new component and we'll call it card. So we have created the card component inside the board directory, inside the component directory. So let's start off by importing the board documents. So I've imported the board documents. Now let's define the props. So inside the props, I will take the board as the board document. So this will give us the whole board data which is needed to render this. Then we will also take a callback on edit. So if we click on the in the edit button inside the drop down, this function should invoke. And then I would like to define the props. Then after that, I would use a concept called provide and inject. This is a core feature of Vue. If you don't know, let me just explain it in few word. So what provide and inject allows you to do is, let's say you have a very long widget tree or a component tree. Let's say, let me just open the diagram for you. So I'll just search for Vue provide inject. It is pretty cool concept. So let me just show it to you. So let's say you have a root here, and then at the very bottom of the tree, of the component tree, you have some child. So now what you'd like to do is you like to pass some data from the root. So one way of doing it is to pass it as props. So you pass it to the nearest child, and then the nearest child pass it to the grandchild, right? So this is how we do it. But let's say you have a lot of components, right? A lot of hierarchy. So in that case, passing a props is not a good idea. You would be doing a lot of manual work. So instead of doing that, there is a concept called prop drilling. So what you can do, you can define the provide, and then inside a child component you can then use the inject function to get the data, and then you can use that. So in the root, in the page itself, we will define the refresh boards data. It would be a function. We'll assign it to a function, and then inside the inject we'll get the refresh board function, and we will then call it from our card. So if you didn't know that, now you know. So let's close this one and let's continue building our card. So after that, what we'll do, we will create actions for our drop down. Well, this is for rendering the drop down of a Nuxt UI drop down component. So the first drop down element we will have would be have a label of edit. So the board will have a edit label in the setting drop down, and then we'll also assign an icon of hero icon pencil. This icon is widely used for editing stuff. So now that we have that, after that we'll have a click function. So we'll just keep it empty for now. We'll check for the props on edit. If we have that, we'll just call that here. Then after that, we'll have another action drop down element. So I would label it delete. So this would be used for deleting the board. And then we'll have our icon, and then we'll have our click callback function. So we don't need to pass anything, but because we don't have it yet, the delete function. So we'll do that later. Now let's go inside our template and let's start designing it. So before we do that, I would like to save this one. I would like to go inside the index page, and I would like to call the card. So instead of having it like this, what I'll do, instead I will just call the board card, and then I'll copy this whole thing from here to here, and then I will give the card as, sorry, not card, it would be board as the board. So that's basically it. So now we can just remove this particular section. So let's remove that. Let's save, and let's go inside our card component and let's start designing. So we'll take some classes in the root element. So we'll give it some shadow and some background color, and we'll also give some border radius. And after that, we'll take another div, and now inside that div, we'll check if the board has a cover image. If it has a cover image, then we'll add some classes, and we'll just give some fixed height and width. We'll give the width a full width, and then we'll also make it relative because we want to make the image as absolute so that the image can have a fixed aspect ratio. And even if we change the height and width of the layout, the image aspect ratio would be preserved. So now that we have that, let's add the image itself. So again, we're going to using Nuxt image, and then we'll give the source and the alt as well, and then we'll add the class. So as you can see, we are using the image as an absolute element, and would also add the object cover. So let's save this for now, and you can see we have a beautiful image. Isn't it awesome? Let's continue building more. So now what we'll do, we will add another div. So what we'd like to do, we'd like to add a subtle gradient from top so that our text is prominent here. So if we add a text here, the text should be readable. So we'll add a little bit of gradient from top, and after saving, you can see now we have gradient. Now we can have our text, we can have our icon, and it would be visible to the user's eyes. So now that we have that, let's add those title and the cog icon. So I'll take another absolute div, and I would also like to set the height and the width as full. And now you see we have in the first image element, we have the z index as 1. So if you think of it as a layer, so this would be the last layer, and then on top of that we would have this layer, and on top so in that layer we will have the background gradient. Awesome. So now let's add the element itself on top of the images. So for that, I'm going to take a flex div, and I would also have it as absolute, and would like to set it to left 0 and z 10. So let's also add the elements. So first thing, I will add the title. So would take a next link. So if someone clicks on the link, it should take them to the board details page, where they will have the list and the board name and the cards and all that. So let's send them to the board ID page, although we don't have this page yet, but we'll just create it now after this component. Let's also add some classes to our text. So we'd like to make the font as semi-bold and text as white, and then would like to have our board name. So let's save it and let's refresh, and let's see what happens. So as you can see, we don't have the board ID yet. So what I'd like to do, I'd just like to create a page just now. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to add a new page, and I would call it board ID. Let's save it, and now hopefully we should not have the error anymore. So let's save it, and as you can see, we have a beautiful text on top of our image. So let's also add some other things. So now that we have our board name, let's also add the cog setting icon and also add the drop down element. So I will use the U drop down from Nuxt UI, and inside that we'll pass our actions which we have defined earlier. So and would render a setting icon. So let's save it, and you see we have. So to preview it, as you can see, we have this beautiful drop down button. So you can also check that in the light mode, it looks good. So it is also usable by the keyboard. So as you can see, I'm using it with my keyboard, and yeah, that's good actually. So now what I would like to do is I would like to make the edit button work, and then we'll take care of the delete button a little bit later. So let's take care of the edit button. So what we are doing is we are taking a callback function as a props in on edit props. So we should give the function from the index page itself, and what we will do is basically we will just give the function on edit, and we'll just give an empty arrow function, and then inside that what we'll do, we will just selected board would select it to the board right or we have right now, and then would also select the show create board to true. So let's copy this one and let's paste it here, and now this should take care of our edit options. So let's check that. Now as you can see, we have all that things, right? Awesome. So let's do one thing. Let's try to change it to this gorilla. Let's click on update board and let's see what happens. So as you can see, our board has been updated with the gorilla image on the back, and then we have the main board. Isn't it awesome? So now we have our board card, and what else we are missing since we are here already. So what I would like to do also, let's just add the delete function as well, but I think delete function would be having a lot of dependencies to it would be dependent on all the child resources as well. So if we delete a board, then it should also delete the list and the cards. So I guess I will just do that later when we do the list and the cards. So let's close the card, and let's also close the index page since we don't need that anymore right now. Also remove the default. Now let's focus on our list resource. So to create the list resource API endpoints, first thing I'll do, I'll create a model. So let's go inside the models, create a new file. Let's call it list.model.ts, and inside that file I would be start writing. So let's start off by importing all the mongoose and the models. So I'll import the type document schemas and the model from the mongoose. Then I would create the type first here. So export interface list document, and that should extend to the document. And then inside that we'll have our name, we'll have a card that would be of type array of string. So it would have hold all the cards for that particular list. Then we'll have a board that should also be a string of type. And then we'll have the owner, which will also hold a type string. And then now let's create the actual schema. So I'm going to create a variable called list schema, and we'll assign it to new schema. So we'll create an object from the schema class, and then inside that would like to write our schema. So first thing, we'll have the name should be type string and it should be required. The second thing, now we'll have the card. So card should be array and it should be of type object ID, and we'll also have a reference to our card, which we don't have it yet, but we'll do that. So now that we have that, now let's also do the same for the board. So board, we would also like to have a reference, so it would also be a type of object ID, and it would also be having a reference to the board. And also have the owner, same thing with the reference as user. So now that we have all our essential data, let's also add some metadata, which would be just a timestamp. So we have added the timestamp. Now let's export this whole thing. So export const list would be equal to model, and then would also pass our generic, and then the name of the collection, and also the schema. So we have our list model now, and I remember we had a reference of list inside the board. So let's also do one thing. So yeah, here we have the reference of the list inside the board, but we didn't have that when we created the board model. So what happens is when sometime we populate the board, we can also have the list document array, right? So we can do that, but I'm not going to do that. So you can also add like list document, and it should be of type array. It's a good practice if you are doing it this way, but it's totally up to you. So let's close that and let's save it. Now that we have our model, now we can create a bunch of endpoints to add data and read data from the database. So the very first endpoint we'd like to create is to create a list inside a board. So what I would like to do, let's close this board one and let's try to create a new API. Let's create a new directory and let's call it lists. And then inside that, what I'd like to do, would like to create a new API index dot. By this, we would have a create endpoint. So now let's start writing. So I'd like to remove all that. Let's import the validator from Nuxt server utils, then also import the board models and also import the list model. Now we'll define our event handler. So inside the event handler, we'll read the body from the event, and then would call the validator. But since we don't have a list schema yet, so we'll just comment it out, but then we'll create the list schema. We'll have to create this list schema. So let's just comment it now, and let's take the authenticated user from the event context user, and then would create the list. So list equal to await, and then would call the list model, and then on top of that we'll call the create, and then inside would send the data, and the owner would be the authenticated user dot id. So now that we have our list, now it's time to save the list reference to our board. So let's do that as well. So first we'll check if we don't have the list. So we'll just throw an error. So we'll call it create an error, and then we'll send 400, and we'll also send a message that something went wrong and that we don't know the reason, right? And now let's also await for the board, and let's also update the board, which will send inside the body. So we'll use the find one and update query. So find one and update. So first thing, it will take the find object. So inside the find object, we'll send the ID of the board and as well as the owner ID, so that the other user cannot access this user's board. So now that we have our find query, let's also add the update query. So inside the update, we'd be using the push from the mongoose, from the MongoDB, and we'll push the list, pushed inside the list ID. So that's all we need. And now let's also return the list that we have just created, and also set it to true, and also let's return the list. So now that we have all that, now let's create the list schema as well. So we'll go inside the schema, and then I'll create a file. I'll name it lists.schema.ts. Okay. It will be very simple. First we'll import the Zod, and then we'll export the Zod object, and inside that we'll have the name, we'll have the card, which should be of array, of string, and it should be optional. Not always we are going to send the card IDs. And then we'll also have the board of type string. This should be required, so we'll not add anything. So now let's save it, and now we have our list schema. So let's go inside the index.post, and let's uncomment it, and let's also import it. So schema, and I will just import it. So now we have our lists index post, and we also have to add a bunch of sub routes here. So what I'll do inside the lists, I will add a folder. I'll call it list ID, and then inside that I'll create a bunch of other APIs. So the first one would be to update the list. So let's create a new API. Let's call it index.put, right? So we have that. Let's import the list models and other validator. So we'll import the validator, list schema, and then the list model. Then we'll define our event handler. So inside the event handler, first thing we'll do would access the list ID, because we will use this ID to get to update the list. So let's get assign it to a list ID variable, and we'd get the we can get that using the get route param composable. We have to send the event and the list ID. Actually, it's not actually composable, but a utility function from the H3, which is powering the Nuxt.js backend. So we'll get the list ID right here. Then we'll also get the user from the event context user, which we have created in the middleware part. And then we'll also get the body using the read body utility. And so we have to pass the event here as well. And then the next thing we would use the validator to validate against our list schema. So we'll use the validator, and we'll call the validate schema method. And then on top of that, we'll add the list schema, and then we'll make sure that it is set to partial, and we'll send the body. So in case of the create, we didn't add the partial, because in update, the chances are the fields that you'd be using at all the time, all the fields might not be updated. So that's why we are adding the partial. So now that we have our validator in the place, let's also save update in the database. So first thing we'll do, I'll call the const updated list, and then I'll use the await keyword, and then inside the list I'll do find on and update, and the first one would be the find. So we'll match the ID with the list ID, and then owner with the authenticated user dot ID, and then we'll update it with the set body. So now that we have that, we'd also like to add another option, set the new equal to true, so that we have the updated list. Now when we have that, what we'll do, we'll check if we indeed have find something and update it. So we'll check that here. So if we didn't find anything with that matching query, what we'll do, we'll send an error and we'll say list not found, and then at the very end we'll return the updated list. Now let's save that, and we have and that should be it. But as I can see, we have some error that says utils is not defined by export at Nuxt server package.json. What I'd like to do, we haven't restarted our server in a while, so let's do that. npm dev, and it should work. So let's wait and see what happens. I can see the error again. Okay, I know what the error is. So here we should not add this path, but instead we should import it from the Nuxt server utils. Now let's save it, and the error should be gone. All right, as you can see, now we don't have the error anymore. So what I'd like to do, I'd like to close this one, and you can see we are getting the injection error because we didn't provide these options. So we'll do that in a bit, so don't worry about that if you are getting that warning. So let's close the index.put. Now we have the post and the put endpoint, and that, I think that is enough for us to now start working on the lists. So let's do that. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to go inside the pages, and then I would like go inside the board pages. So this would be the dynamic page. It will be the details page for each and every board, and inside that we'll have the details. So let's do one thing. Let's arrange it a little bit from top to bottom, and let's first get the board ID. So like const, and then we'll get the board ID from use route, and we'll have the params. So from the params we'll get the board ID. So let's try to copy that. Let's try to show it in the page itself. Let's save it. Now instead of having div in the root, what we'll do, we will have the wrapper default. So let's save it. Let's go inside the board, and as you can see, we have the ID. So now what we need is we need the details. We need the list for this particular board. So what you can do, we can there's two way of doing that, two method per se. So we can add we can create a list index get route, and then we can filter using this board ID. And there's another method which you can do is you can create index route inside the board ID, and then you can send all the list that is related to that particular board ID. I like that method more, so I'm going to go with that one. But if you like a different approach, you can free to follow that. So let's do that. So inside the board ID, I would create a new API. I'll call it index.get, and inside that, what I'll do, I will remove this one, and what I'll do is first thing I'll get the user, and I would set it to event dot context dot user. So this will give me the user. Then what I would like to do, would also need the board ID, and the board ID we can use the utility get route param, and then we can send our event and the matching string. So this will give me the board ID. Now that we have that, what we can do is we can get the board, and we can populate the list. So we'll do board, and we'll await. Well, let's call the board model, and then find, we'll use the find one, and would match it with the ID, and ID should match with the board ID, and would also match it with the owner, and it should be the user dot underscore ID. So now that we have that, in the second so we'd like to chain that with the populate method. So in the populate, we will give the path as lists, and then would also send our models here. So now this line is very important, the line number 14, as you see. So what happens is there's this if you are coming from the Express background, you can just send the name of the populate, name of the fields inside the populate as a string. So in that way, you will get the error if you run it inside the production, if you are using inside the Vercel. Please use this method, you will not get any error, right? So now that we have that, let's return our board. So that should be enough for now. So let's go inside our board ID, and now let's try to fetch for that particular board. So we will get the data, and we'd get it from the use fetch, and this time the API would be this board ID. So let's add the board ID as well, and that should be it, I guess. So let's save it, and instead of board ID, let's have the data. So as you can see, now we have our data. We have the cover image, which we can use to render inside our background, and then we also have a list which is of type array, and it is now empty. So let's organize this page a little bit so that we have some presentable board page, and we'll also add a little button which would say create list. So let's do that. So you remember in the wrapper default component, we have a slots called actions. So let's use that to render a button. So template, and it would have actions, and inside the action I'll just take a U button, and I'll set the size as XS, and let's do create list. Yeah, so now we have our create list. So now that we have that, let's also add a slide over. So let's add slide over. So when you click on that, we should have the continuity of the layout. So if you click on create list, we'll have a slide over. So inside the slide over, what we'll have is basically we'll have the overlay header, and inside the overlay header I would like to give a title. So let's have the title as like this, and I would match it with the selected list. If we have a selected list, then that would be update list, otherwise it would just be create list. All right, so now we have to create this one. So let's do that. Const and selected list should be equal to a reference, and inside the reference we will have the list document, and it can also be undefined. That's enough, but it needs something else as well. So it needs an on click. So in on click we will have a function So let's add a variable, reactive variable, which will trigger this slide over. So just below the selected list, add show list create or list form or list slide over, whatever you prefer. So I'm just going to call it list form. To maintain the unity, we'll just call it list create, since we are calling it the same for the index page. So do that, and let's set it to false. So if someone clicks on the cross button, it should close the slide over. And now let's add a click handler, and we would add show list create to true. Let's save it, and now click on that, and we don't have anything. So let's click on that, and we don't have anything, since we don't have the show list create binded to our slid over. So let's add that v model. Let's assign it with that, and there you go. We have our slide over sidebar. Awesome. So now it's time we should create the list form. So let's do that. Let's go inside list. Let's go inside the form directory in the component. And where is our component directory? Inside the form, let's add the list component, and we'll just copy a few things from the board component, just like that. No, let's just copy the whole thing, and we'll just change a few things. Okay, let's just copy the whole thing because we have a very similar structures. So what we'd like to change is we definitely do not need that, and instead of board schema, so let's remove the board schema. Also, let's remove the board document, and rest of the things are fine. So instead of, we'll have the list document, and we'll for the form state also we'll have the list document, but we don't need the cover image. We'll just have the name field, and for the cover image as well. So instead of cover image, what we'll have is the board, which is very important. And yeah, that's basically it. We'll also add the board, and we'll set it to the board ID. So let's also receive the board ID, and it should be required, and it should be of type string. And yeah, let's copy it, and let's use it here inside our reactive. So props dot board ID, that's fine. So we have our board ID already initialized. Let's save it, and let's also change it here. Let's call it list schema, and now it should be the lists, and that is fine. So list schema, and then it should also be lists, and that's fine. Let's also add list schema. Now we don't need the image picker anymore, so let's remove that, and let's change the ordering a little bit. So instead of create board, we'll call it create and update list. So let's save it, and let's see why we have a squiggly line here. So we have the squiggly line because we are getting the schema as the type, but it should actually be the normal import. So let's minimize a little bit, and I guess, yeah, we don't need anything else. So what we'll do, we'll just use that in our board ID here inside the slide over. So just below that, what we'll do, we'll get a card, and inside the card, let's just remove the card. We don't need the card, so let's just give some padding 4, that is enough, and then the form list. And now we have to give the type. So the type would be, what the type would be is if selected is, so let's just copy it from here, paste it here, and if we have a selected list, then it would be of type update, else we'll have the type create, and let's also have the initial data, what is the initial data exactly? We have the initial data, so initial data would be equal to, okay, I guess we have some syntax error. So our initial data would be selected list. What else do we need? We need the board ID as well, so selected board should be our board ID. Now that's enough for us, but we still have the error. So let's see what we are missing. We have the board ID, we have the type, we have the initialized data. Let's save it and let's see what happens. So we still have the error. So update and create, this should be the type. Okay, so board ID is declared here, and okay, okay, so we need the board ID, not the board. So let's use the board ID, and let's use the proper casing. All right, let's save it. And the problem is sometime it can also be an array of strings, so let's add something as string. That should be fine for now. Okay, so let's save it, and now we should have the form. So let's create, and you have the list. So as you can see, now we have an empty list. So to add a list, you can create a list, and then it would create a list, but it will not refresh this one. So we'd like to also add a callback. So on create, what we'd like to do is we'd like to refresh. So where we'll get the refresh form, our use fetch composable. Let's save, and instead of just calling the refresh, what I'll do, we will add an arrow function. I'll call the refresh, as well as we will we'll make the slide over close, so false, right? So let's save that, let's refresh, and let's create a list. So I'll call it to do. Let's create, and as you can see, now we have the lists. Awesome, right? So now that we have the list, I guess it's time we create the list in the page. So let's create another list, just so we have something to work with. So second thing I would add is in progress. Then I would add the done. Enough for now to work with. So let's start designing the page. So let's minimize this template, and let's keep the data for now. So let's remove the data. I don't need the data anymore. So what we'll do, we will use the cover image from the board, and we'd like to change the, if we have a cover image, then we should change the background of the board to that particular cover image. So how to do that? So let's do inside this. But before we do that, we need some auto completion. So for that, we would use the board document generic. So we'll use board document, and yeah, that is fine. So now in the root, I would just use a if statement if we don't have data, but we'll always have data. If we don't have data, we'll just add a validation right here. So let's just do that. So let's say if data dot value doesn't exist, like that. If it doesn't exist, then what we'll do, we'll throw an error. We'll call create error, and inside that we will add the status code 404, and the message would be board not found. So let's save that. Let's test it. Let's copy it from here. Let's go there and let's just write something. And as you can see, we have our nice error. Let's close this one. Now let's add the background image if we have the image. So inside the wrapper detail default wrapper, we can just add you can add some bunch of class. So the first class would be of, we want the whole, we want to use the whole 100% viewport of the screen. So set the class to each screen, and then we would also add some dynamic styling. So the first thing would be, of course, the background image. So the background image would be, we'll add the URL, and then inside that we'll add a cover image. So data dot cover image. Yeah, see how beautiful this looks. Awesome. So let's change the photo. Let's go here. Let's change the photo to something nature related, probably this one. Let's update and let's go inside the board. Okay, now that looks awesome, isn't it? So now also let's add a bunch of other properties. Let's add the background size. So I would add the background size property to cover, and then I would also like to make it centered. So background position should be center. Awesome, right? So we have our dynamic background. So that out of the way, let's now also print the name of the board. So let's do that. So we'll take a h1, and as you can already see, I'm not getting any IntelliSense. Oh, I'm getting it now, so never mind. So data dot name. All right, we have the name, and let's add some classes to our h1. So the first one would be text 3xl. Oh, what happened? What is this? It should be just name. Yeah, text 3xl. Would also have font semi-bold, and what else? We'll also have the MB4 so that we have some margin from the bottom, and would also make it inline block, right? So this looks nice in dark mode. So let's just change it to the dark mode. Now we have our heading. So let's also start creating the list container. So let's add a comment here, list container. So this is so instead of writing the list container here, what we'll do, we'll go inside the component. We'll create a new directory. We'll call it list, right? And then inside that list, we'll create a component called container. So now we have that list container. So let's add it here. We'll call it list container, and we'll pass our lists, and it should be data.list, not board.list, but data.lists. And what else do we need? That is fine, I guess. That's all fine. Okay. Let's also pass the board ID just in case we need it. So board ID should be the board ID. Okay. So let's save it. Let's close this one, and now let's work on the container. So this container should be our draggable component, right? So inside that we'll have our main thing. So let's do that. So first thing I'll do, I'll arrange it a little bit. So then inside the script we'll import the draggable component from the Vue draggable, and in the inside the first div we will use the draggable component. So yeah, we have that. Let's save it, and you can see we have a bunch of error, but we're going to fix it, of course, right? So the first thing we have to give is a list, right? So the draggable component literally takes a props called list, right? So lucky for us, we are already sending the list from here. So let's, and keep in mind, I have not created this component. This is from the Vue draggable package, which we have installed at the very beginning of the video. So now we are using the draggable component so that we can make our list draggable. So now we have to define our props. So let's do that. Interface props, and what we are getting is lists. Can list be a plural? I don't know. I am not an English teacher, so let's just roll with that. So lists, and list should be list document, and we will have the board ID as well, and the board ID should be of type string. Let's save that, and yeah, we have to pass the lists. So let's give lists, and let's define the props as well. So there you go, save it. Now we have our lists. So the Vue draggable component needs a slot name named item. So let's add that. So let's add the template, and then the slot name should be item. Now the item gives you an element. This element is the object, a single individual object inside the list that you have given, right? So instead of using our v_for loop, what we are doing, we are giving the lists to draggable, and we are telling do your thing and give me the individual element and tell me where to render it. So we should render the individual element right here. So let's close this one. I will add a div. I'll add a flex div, and again I'm not getting the emit auto completion. That's not good. So let's reload the window and let's try again. So flex, yeah, now all good. So let's print our element and let's see what we get. And to your surprise, we now get the list. Isn't it awesome? We are not looping through it, right? The draggable is doing it for us, and now we can drag and drop the element. So let's do that. We will do that. So what we want is we want the column type layout for the list. So I see an error here, so let's fix that quickly. And so what I'd like to do is I would like to add some style over here. Okay, so first thing I'll do, I will just copy this one. Then I would add the Tailwind utility for width. So this would be 280 pixel. And then let's add some border as well. So I would add some shadow first. Then I'll make the flex none so that we have nice and easy horizontal scrolling. And then I'll also add BG white. Let's save it. Let's see what we get. Save, and we have our element, right? And we see the whole thing is inside this this box. So let's refresh, and yeah. So what is happening is there is 1, 2, 3 box. See, we have 3 box, but they are not in a column format, but they are in a list format. So let's add flex to the root of the draggable. So let's add flex, and yeah, awesome. Now let's give a gap of 4. Very nice. And let's also do something about the color. So if we have the dark, then what we will do is we'll add BG gray. We'll set it to 800. Awesome, right? So what else we need is, of course, some border radius, and that's it, I guess. Also add some flex, and let's make the flex as column. So what we'll do is we'd like to add a header, right? And also a footer, so that we can add the list name on the header as well as a setting button, setting icon, and then we can also have add card option on the footer. So now what I will do, I can use a template given by the slot given by the Vue draggable, and the name of that is header, but I can also create it myself here. So let's do that. So inside this, let's call it list header. And let's give it some padding and also give some border from the bottom. Let's save it and let's add the element dot name. All right, now looks good. So now that we have that, let's change the color for the border. So it would be border gray 700, looks kind of nice. And I would also like to add flex, or also make it items center vertically, and I'd like to also add justify between. So this is our element, and we'll also add another one. So let's make it h3 perhaps, and also add some classes over here. So the classes we would add would be just font medium, and here we'll add our drop down button. So let's add that u drop down, and the drop down obviously takes items. Let's just give empty for now, and inside that we'll have a button. We can also have a u icon, and we need to give an icon name. So the icon would be hero icons, and it should be a cog 6 tooth. So just like your normal setting icon, save it, and you have it here. Awesome. So we need to have our drop down items, so let's add that. So on top of the page, what I'll do, I'll call it list actions, should be of type ref, should have an array. Inside the array we'll have the label call. First thing it would call add card, so you can click on that to add a card. So let's have that. Also add an icon, and let's have the icon as hero icons, and then it should be plus and circle. Okay, and let's add this to our template just like that. Save it, and you have your drop down action. So now that we have that, also let's copy it over, and let's also create the delete option. So let's do it for the delete, and we'll just use the trash icon. Nice. So now that we have our actions and drop down, let's also work on the footer. So let's just do this. So our header is done. Now let's work on the body. So let's add a comment, list body. And let's add some classes to it. So I'll call it list body, so that we can add some extra classes, extra custom classes if we would like. So then also add some padding from all the side, and we'll make it flex on so that it takes all the height, and I'd make overflow y hidden so that it becomes scalable. So when we have multiple cards, so it should be scalable, right? So now that we have our body, what I will do is I will add the footer. So let's do the same for the footer. So let's add comment for the footer, and inside the footer we'll have a padding of 1, Let's have a padding of 1. We'll have a border from top, and then we'll just copy the border properties from the top, right? Like that. Okay. And then we'll also have flex, and then also make the items center. Then yeah, that should be enough. So let's do one thing. Let's add a button. Let's call the button add card. So now we have our add card as well. Let's add something inside our div. So let's see what we see. Okay, nice. Okay, now we have our header and the footer. Now let's make sure we have a proper height of our list. Okay, then we will work on the drag and drop feature. So let's go inside our container, and in the container, what do we have here? Let's go inside our draggable class, and we already see we have the flex. We have also a gap, but what we don't have is let's see, we need also a height of 80 viewpoint height, and we have our nice cards, right? So what else we would like to do is, now let's try to create more list. Let's say backlog, and as you can see, it is not responsive, right? So what we need, if it is going beyond the viewport, it should be scrollable. So to do that, what you have to do is we have to add here the overflow x auto. Save that, and you have your overflow x auto. So you see, this is touching with our card. So what I would like to do is, I'd like to add a little bit of padding from the bottom, maybe 8. Okay, 8 is too much, so let's go for 4. 4 is also too much. 2, yeah, enough. So now you have this awesome handlebar, and your page would be remain same. Okay, cool. So now that we have that, now it's time to add some styling over to our drop down element. So as you can see here, you can actually do drag and drop, and it just change the order. But the problem is, it looks a little bit odd to me, right? Isn't it? So let's just change a few things over here. So in our draggable component, let's just arrange it so that we can add more props to it. So just before the class, what I would like to add is, I would like to add a handle, so that if I'm dragging it from the middle part, it should not be draggable. So I'd add a handle, and then I would say list handle. So let's add this class over to our handle. Let's copy that. So we'll only want this portion to be the handle of our drag controller. So let's add that, and let's save it. I know we are getting some warning, but we'll fix that in a bit. So let's save it, and now you can only drag it from the top header portion, but you cannot use the middle portion to drag. So that out of the way, what I would like to add is, I would also like to add, so let's say you are dragging it, and then you want to go all the way to the end of the card list. So you cannot do that. So in order for the Vue draggable to work like that, you have to add a few more properties, a few more props, not properties. So the first thing would be to a props called scroll sensitivity. So we'll set the sensitivity to 500. This is very important. And then we will force fallback. We'll set it to true. Let's save that. Let's give a hard refresh. And now you see, now we can go from the front to back. Isn't it awesome? So now that we have that, let's also take care of this earning from the console. So what it says is the draggable is missing a required prop called item key. So draggable wants a unique key to handle the order. It's not required, but it is good to have. If you don't pass our key, it will generate a key by itself. So let's also pass our key. So I'll say item key, and our item key should be the ID because we have this in our object. Now save it. Now let's refresh, and the error is gone. Awesome. So what I would like to have is, I would like to when I drag, I would like to have some sort of a skewing effect. So when I drag, my card which I'm dragging should be skewed a little bit, and the card underneath should be hidden. So let's add that. So what we have to now we have to add a bunch of other props as well. So the props would be the ghost class. So ghost class is applied when you try dragging, and then underneath the class, underneath the card, whatever you have would be the ghost. So let's add the ghost class, and let's set it to ghost board. And also I would like to add the drag class so that we can skew our card. So drag class would be of dragging board. Let's save that. Let's go all the way to our style section, and let's add our style. So the first thing is of course the ghost board. And so the ghost board inside the div should be, let's apply some opacity of 50, and let's just copy this one, and inside another div it should apply invisible. Let's save it. Let's give it a refresh. Let's try, and as you can see, now we have this ghost effect. So you go to some other place and you see that we have the ghosting. Awesome. Now let's also add some skewing. So when we have the dragging board, would like to apply first of all shadow. I'll set it to the higher numbers, so shadow 2XL. I'll also add transform, and I would also add rotate to 2, and also add the cursor to be grabbing. Okay, let's save it. Let's refresh. And now if we drag, although we don't see the skewing effect, but do we see the skewing effect? No, we don't see the skewing effect. So let's try again, and as you can see our skewing effect is not working. So let's investigate what is the problem. So we have the dragging board and we are okay. So that's the problem. So it's not dog, it should be drag class. Let's save it, let's try, and as you can see we have this awesome skewing effect. Now you see when I start dragging the card, it becomes, a half translucent. So to not have that, the translucent effect, what you can do is we can add another class here, and that should be sortable chosen, and we can then add overflow hidden, and we can also add opacity on important. Let's save that, and let's refresh. And oh, there's some issues, I guess. So I don't think we need an opacity hidden, overflow hidden. So as you can see, now we have our card. We can just drag and drop to anywhere we like, right? So let's save that. Now the only problem we have, let's say, let's refresh the page. Let me just demonstrate. So let's say I change the order of the list, and now I refresh. You see my changes are not getting saved in the database. So we need to save the change to the database. So how do you do that? It is quite easy. So we get the draggable give us let us the emits an event called sort. So in sort we can handle what happens. So we can just use handle sort. So what happens when we do that? So let's create a function. So async function, let's call it handle sort, and let's receive the event as e and type any, and let's console.log to see what we get. E, let's save it. Let's see what we get here. Okay, you see we get a custom event with all the data, but we don't need the data since we are applying the sort to the list itself. So what you can do, we can just update the list inside our board ID. So let's do that. So instead of doing that, so what I'll do, I will await, and then we'll use the use fetch. We'll use the board update API to update our list. So then we will use API /board ID. So let's give our props.board ID. Also, let's also have our props, and let's add the method as to put, and then also add the body. The body should be the lists, and then the list should be props.list.flatMap, and it should have the item, and we just need the item.id. Now that should be enough for now. Let's save it, and also just in case we'd also make watch to false. Let's save it and let's refresh it. So now let's monitor the network tab. So now let's change the order, Now, so the to do would be in the second place and the in progress would be in the first place. So let's refresh. And as you can see, now we have our correct order. So let's bring the backlog to the very front. Then we have a to do. Now let's refresh. And as you can see, we have our persistent order of our uh, list. Awesome. So now that we have our draggable list, now let's go ahead and also create the delete option. But again, in order to create the delete option, we also need the card. So now it's a good time to offload some of the logic to another component, maybe a list item. We can create a list item and then we can offload, but we can also keep it here as well, no problem at all. But then the card should be in a different component. Okay, so now that we have the main body, so let's work on the card module. Okay, now let's create the board APIs. First thing, I'm going to go to the to my file tree, and now inside the server, first thing I'll do, I'll create a model. Let's do that. Call it card. Yes. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to import the document from Mongo's schema, and the model. Let's close the file tree. So then I'll create the type for the card, and it should extend the document. The first thing we'll have is the title. It should be of type string. Then we'll have our description, which would be a rich text editor. Then we'll have the owner, which should also be string. Then we'll have the list it belongs to, which should also be string. And we don't need a position since we are going to maintain the position inside the list itself. So I guess that's all for now. And we also will have the created at and updated at. Now that I have that, let's now create the schema. Our schema would be new schema. So we'll have, so let's add that. So now you see we have the title of type string, description as string, owner would be of a reference type user, and it should be true, and so does the list. So now that we have that, now let's export it. So export const card, and that should be for model, and then the name of the collection and the schema. Also, let's pass our generics card document. Okay, that here as well. So save it. Now that we have our document, now let's also create a validation schema. So go inside the schema, I'll create a new file, call it card.schema.typescript. So this will return a Zod object. Let's import Zod as well. So import the form Zod. So inside that we'll have the title as string. I'm not going to add any validation message. You can do that yourself. And then the description would also be string. Okay. Owner, we don't need that. List we need, so it should also be string, and we don't need the created at and updated at. Okay, now that we have our card schema, we can start creating the APIs. So let's go inside the API. and I will go inside list, inside the list ID. So I want the API to look something like this. So it should be API slash list and then the list ID. And I would like my cards to tied to a particular list. So I will always fetch the cards using the list ID. So now let's create a new folder inside the list ID. Let's call it cards. Inside cards, let's create uh, a new API. Let's call it index.post. And now we have that. So let's start writing out the logic. First thing I would import is the validator, and I would import it from the Nuxt server utils. Then I would like to get the user, authenticated user. So call event dot context dot user as user document, and then let's validate. So first let's get the body of await read body and it pass the event. Now that we have our body, let's also add the validation validator dot validate schema, and it should be card schema against the body. Okay, so now that we have our validation, let's create the card. So to do that, let's do card, and we'll await for the card dot create, and we'll pass the body over here, and as well as we will add the owner as the user ID. Okay, so we have the body, we have the user ID. Now the problem is we also need the list, so let's add that. All right, so our card create API is done. So now let's add the card update API. So I'll go inside the card ID. So I'll create another dynamic route, and inside that I'll create a new API. I'll call it index.put. And so let's start doing that. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get the card ID, and it should be get route param. We'll get it from the event, and we'll also need the authenticated user. So I'll get it from the event context user. Let's also add the type, and now we have the card ID. Let's also add our list ID. Why not? So our list ID is also added. So now uh, let's get our body. So body will get from the read body. Let's set the spelling right, and now we'll validate. So also let's import the validator. So validator, and we'll get it from the Nuxt server utils. So I'll call the validator dot validate schema. So we'll import the card schema, and we validate it against the body. So now since this is the update, we'll also make it partial, and let's now update the database. So const card, I'll await for the card, and then I'll do find on and update. So in the first one, I would match it with the card ID, then I will match it with the list ID, and then I would match it with the owner, and that should be user underscore ID, right? And in the second one, second object, we will just uh, update the body. So uh, let's just add the body data, and it will just update just like that. Okay, so now we have our card updated. Let's check if our query is working. So we'll do card. If it doesn't exist, then we'll throw simply create error, and we'll add status 404, and the message would be card not found. If everything goes well, then we'll just return the card like that. Okay, so now we have our card create API, we have our card update API. Now let's just also create the card delete API as well. So inside the same directory, I'll create a new API file called index.delete. So let's do the same. So what I'll do here, I will get my card ID. I'll get it from the param. I'll get the list ID. Then I'll also get the user, and I will also get that from the model. So now that we have all that, let's try to find and update the card. So I will await, and then I will do card dot find on and delete. So the first one will match with the list, would be the list ID. We'll also match it with the underscore ID, should be the card ID, and then we'll also use the owner as the user underscore ID. So this will basically find the document from the database, and it will delete, and it will assign the document to here, right? So let's see if we have our query run. So if not, then we'll just throw create error, and we'll do status as 404, and the message would be card not found. So if the card is deleted, then we also want to remove that from our list. Remember, we are also storing the card ID inside the list. So let's do that. So I'll import the list, and then I'll do find on and update. So in the first one, I will just match it with the ID. ID would be the list ID, and then the owner would be the user underscore ID like that. And then in the update object, not like that, in the update object, what we'll do, we'll basically pull the card ID from the cards array. Okay, so now that we have that, so let's close this one. Okay, so let's save it. So this will remove the card ID from the cards array inside the list. So now that we have that, let's return the card. I think we don't need to return anything, it's a delete. So let's return this true, and would also like to manipulate the response code. So by default, Nuxt sends the 200 response code, but in this case, you'd like to change that. So to do that, you have to do event dot node dot res dot status code, and let's assign 204, which means the resource deleted. So now that we have that, so our card API is ready. We have the create, we have the update, we have the delete. Now let's create the index API as well. So I'll go inside the cards. I will do index.get. So our get route, now we're working on a get route. So first thing I'll do, I will get the list ID. So list ID would be equal to get param list ID, and then I'll get the user. User would be the user ID, not user ID, but the user document. So let's save that. And so let's get the cards from the list. So find on like that, and not like this. So just find on, and we'll match it with the list ID and the owner. And then when you get the list, would also populate it to the cards. So the Copilot is suggesting us to just use a string. You can do that and it will perfectly work in your development. But when you try to deploy it in some serverless platform, it will not work because the list will not able to find the model for the card. So we have to explicitly give the model. So let's do that. So we'll give the path as cards, and then we'll also send the model. So let's import the model, and now it will populate. So let's get our list and let's await and let's return the card dot list. Let's not card but list dot cards. It's other way around. So since we are here, let's also check if our query is running. So if list doesn't exist or it has a null value, so in that case, I would just like to throw an error. Okay, now we can change that. So our card operations are ready. We can now create the cards. We can delete, we can update, and we can do a whole bunch of things. Okay. So now that we have all that, so what I would like to do now is also add the delete to the boards to the list as well. As I can remember, I have not added the delete operation to the boards and to the list. So let's do that as well. Okay, so let's add the delete routes inside our list. So inside the list ID, let's close the cards. So I'll create a new API. I'll call it index dot delete like that. And so let's start the coding part. So first thing I'll get the list ID, which would be I will get from the params. So we have a list ID. Now let's get the user as well. So user would be we'll get it from the context user, since we already added the middleware, if you remember. So now we have our user, you have our list ID. Now let's delete the list. So let's first find it. So I'll await, and then I'll do list dot find on and delete. So it will first find the document and then it will delete. So I'll match it with the ID. I'll give list ID to it, and then I would also add the owner as the user underscore ID, user dot underscore ID. So it will find and it will delete. So let's check if our query is working. So list, if we don't have any match in the database, we'll just throw 404. So now that we have our list deleted, remember we have the list ID inside our board document as well. So we need to remove that. So let's do that. So I'll do await board. So let's import the board, and then we'll do find on and update. So we'll match it with the ID. ID would be list dot board, and then the owner would be owner, user dot underscore ID. And then in the update, what we'll do, we'll just do pull the list ID from the lists. So like that. Okay, so we are pulling the list ID from the list array. So now that is done. So our list ID would be removed from the board, and would also like to delete all the cards that is associated with the list. So let's do that. So I'll await, I'll do card dot delete many. So inside that we'll match it with just the list, just the list ID. Will match it. If it matches with the list ID, it should delete. And would also like to add the owner. So owner should also match, right? And then we'll change the status code node race and the status code to 204, and then we'll just return true. Okay, let's save it. Now we have the delete API endpoint for our list. And now let's do the same for our board as well. So inside the server API, inside the boards, inside the board dynamic route, let's add a new API. let's call it index.delete. So first thing I'll do, I will get the board ID. So let's do the board ID, get route param. Then let's also get the user. We'll get the user from the context user. Let's also import the type, and let's delete the board. So find on and delete, find on and delete. So in the first on, I'll match it with the board ID and then the owner. So if it matches, then it will delete. And so let's also check for the board. If we have the board, if we don't have the board, then just throw error. And then what we'll do, basically, we will also delete uh, all the list inside the board. So let's do that. Await, then list, then delete many. Then inside that we'll add our value. So board and the owner ID will match it with the, so whatever the list we have inside the database, if it matches with the deleted board and the owner ID, then it should delete right away. So now that we have that, let's change the status code and let's return true. Okay. All right, guys. So let's see what we have done so far. So we have our card model, and we have the card endpoint. We have index. We have the create endpoint. We have the update and delete endpoint. So all the endpoints are now done in the backend perspective. And we have also added the delete route endpoint to the boards as well as to the list. So now all our backend tasks are done. Now it's time we should work on the card itself in the front end side of the Nuxt. So let's do that. Let's get to the page. Inside the page, we have the board ID, and so inside that we have a list container. So let's go inside the list container component. So here you see we have the list action, delete, and the add. So what I will do is I will also add the delete option. So we can just add a function here, and then we can call it as a callback here. But instead of doing that, what we'd like to do is I want to create a composable which we can use then to offload some of the logic to the composable itself. So let's create a composable. So what I'll do, I'll go outside in the root, and then I'll create a folder called composables. So inside the composables, let's create a new composable. Let's call it use list. So inside the use list, I will now add these logics as well, handle short. So let's copy over to here, and uh, let's return it the handle short. Okay. So you see there's a problem. We need the board ID and as well as the props of the list. So instead of uh, having it like this, what we'd like to do is we'd also would like to get the board ID as the function. So board ID, and it should be of type string, and you can then remove the props from here. And now we need the lists. So let's also send the list from here. So what we'll do is we will also give the lists, and we'll also add the type list document, and yeah, there you go. So now that is fixed. Now let's use this composable inside the container. So now let's call that. So list handle sort, and we should get it from the use list composable. And there's a problem. We have double use. So let's save that. Yeah. So now it should just work. Use list, and yeah. Let's make a reload. Let's save, and everything should work just like that. Okay, so we have to pass the board ID. So let's do that. the first thing we'll do is we'll give the props.board ID as well as props.lists. Now we are fine. Now we can drag and drop our card and it will just work. So backlog to do should be the first. So let's refresh and let's see. Yes, it is working. What we'd like to also do is would also remove the list action from here and would add it inside the composable itself, because I like my template to be clean. So all the minimal, only the design and the markup should be inside my component, and all the other things should be uh, in composable. So let's also get the list actions from there. All right, so now we have this. Let's see if the edit is working. Oh, we don't have an edit button yet, so we'll add that as well. So let's let's add the delete function. So async function uh, destroy, because delete is a reserved keyword, so we cannot just add that. So destroy, then we'll take the id, list id should be a string, right? And there's a problem, I guess. Let's see what is it. Destroy list. Okay, so the spelling of the function was wrong, so let's save it and let's put some try catch. And okay, let's also, now let's make a request to the backend. So to do that, we'll use fetch, and now inside that we'll do API slash list slash list ID. So we'll have our list ID right here, list ID, and also let's change the method to delete, and this should just work. So let's await, and what we'll do is basically that's it. So let's also add a toast. So use toast, and we'll add a toast to our page. So title would be a list deleted. That's fine for now. And else we want the toast to be error, and the description would be error.e.message. If not, then just the normal um, something went wrong message. And we need to type our any. So yeah, like that. Let's save it. And yeah, that should be it. Let's add the destroy to, and let's use this inside our container. So destroy, let's add the reference to the first hand, and let's copy the destroy. And okay, we don't have to copy it because we can just use this inside here. So I would add the click callback, and then the click callback will basically um, delete the list. So let's do that. So click callback will just destroy, but then we need the list ID as well. So let's also give the list ID. So let's get item, and also let's give the list of type list document and call the destroy. Okay, so now this should basically work, but it will not work because we are the delete will not have the list access to the list, so we have to make that work. Well, we have the whole logic here, but we need to change a few things inside the containers. So let set aside the container, and let's remove the single list item to its own component, and let's see how to do that. So inside the list, I would create a new component. I'll call that item. So it would be list item, when we call it inside the template, it should be list item. So let's copy the this part of code from here and let's add it in our template. All right. So now what we'll do, we'll get some props. The first thing we'll do is we'll just define the props. Props would be, first thing would be list. We need a single list and it would be list document. Then what do we need? Then we don't need, then we need nothing. So let's define the props, define props, and instead of element, we'll just do list name, and inside the list actions, we'll get it from the use list. But the thing is, we also need to pass the lists ID, so we need to change that. Also, I would like to get the board ID here. So board ID would also be of stripe string. And now let's do one thing. Let's use the use list and let's change it in such a way that we don't need the lists anymore. So let's assign it to const props. Let's use list and then we'll get the list actions, right? Now that we have that, let's remove the list from the list document. And what we can do instead of where do you need the list actions, right? So handle short, we'll just pass the list here. So lists would be of type list documents. Let's save it. And now in the container, instead of having it like that, what we can do is we can do it like this. So first one will go the event and next one would be the lists. Okay, let's save it. And let's go inside the use lists, use items. Let's see what else we are missing. I guess we have an error, but let's see what the error is. Unhandle error during the execution, mounted hook, draggable. Okay, let's fix that. So let's go inside our item component. Let's call our list item. Let's pass the list as element, as well as we need the board ID to be the board ID, and that should be enough. As you can see, now we have our list. Okay, and we don't need the list action here, so let's remove that, and we have the list actions here, right? So now what we can do is we have the list, right? List ID. So basically now we can also handle the destroy operation as well. So how do you do that? So we'll add the destroy as a composable. So let's do that. So let's copy it from the list and then have it inside the item itself, because we are going to be using the list action only in the component, so we don't need to make it inside the composable. So now we don't need that, so let's remove it, and let's also add the list ID from the props, and that should be it. Let's remove this, and now let's refresh and let's try to delete. And as you can see, it is deleted, but it is not up refreshing, but we'll work on that in a bit. So let's go inside the page and let's do a provide and inject. So we need to call the refresh using the provide. So let's provide the refresh. So provide a refresh board. Let's add the key as refresh board, and then add refresh as a provided function. Now we can inject this anywhere in the widget tree, not a widget tree, but component tree. So that is done. Now let's go back to the other page. And here we would inject that refresh function, and we will refresh the on destroy. Let's inject it. So refresh both, and we can assign it to a variable. Now let's call that refresh. We are inside the function. Okay, so now the refresh should work. So let's also add the type for the inject. And now let's try deleting. As you can see, now we are able to delete the list. And let's refresh again and check. Yeah, it is working. So now let's open the terminal and let's see if we are getting any error. So now let's go and create a list. So I'll give it a name to do. And as you can see, it is working. Now let's do doing. And yeah, it is working. Then let's do a done. All right. It seems it is working properly. Now let's delete the doing. And as you can see, it is being deleted. Now let's do for the same for the other. Let's do the done, and then we'll do that for the to do as well. All right, so our delete functionality is working. Let's create another list so that we can continue working on the card. So let's close this one, and let's use the use fetch to receive the card, to fetch the cards from the backend. So we'll use fetch, and then we'll do API slash list slash list ID, which will give us the list, not list, but the cards associated to that particular list. Now let's print it out inside the list body. And let's refresh. It seems like we're not getting the data. So let's see. Let's try to see the logs. Okay. Let's see in the inspect element, and let's see the network tab if the request is going to the backend. Let's go back and go inside the list. All right, it seems like our route is not there in the back end. As I can see, it says 404 page not found. So yeah, let's check properly. Let's check the request and the response. So the response page not found. So let's check. Let's minimize this a little bit, and let's go up. And now let's check inside the server API, inside the list and list ID. And we don't think we have the index.get route, so we have to create one. So let's create a new API. Let's name it index.get. And here we will write the logic to get fetch all the cards associated with the list. So let's do that. Let's organize the workspace a little bit. Actually, we have it inside the card, so we are not going to be writing that endpoint. And now you can see we are getting the cards. It's now empty, but when we create the cards, it will work. All right. So since we have the card schema, so let's now create a form for the card. So we'll name it card. So it is inside the form. So it would, when you call it, it would be form card. So we'll use uForm from Nuxt UI, and then we'll give the form state as well as the schema. So in this case, it would be card schema. Okay, let's remove the type because we want the value, not the type. And let's also create the form state reactive object. So inside the form state, we need the title. Title would be undefined. Then we need the description, should also be undefined. Fine. Now let's use that. Now let's go back and let's also copy the other important props from the list component, and let's paste it here. All right, instead of board document, we will have card document. So we have that now. We also need the list ID. So let's add that. So list ID, it would be ops type string. And yes, it is working. So, all right. Now let's add, define the props. We'll do, let's just copy it over from the list itself. So let's copy and let's paste it here. All right, let's add the title. So we'll use the form group, name would be title, and then the label would also be title, and then inside we'll have the input, and that is it. And uh, for our you remember we have installed the Vue quill, so we'll use this for the description. So Vue quill would give us the WYSIWYG editor, so we'll can use that to write HTML in here. So in order to use Vue quill, we have to create a plugin. So let's create a folder called plugins, and inside that we'll create the quill plugin. So let's go inside plugins. Just create a new plugin. Let's call it quill.client.ts. So it would be a client plugin and would only be rendered when the page is mounted in the browser. So let's import Vue quill. Let's import the Vue quill style as well. So we'll import it from Vue quill slash dist slash Vue quill snow.css. This is very important, so make sure you do that. And now inside Nuxt app, we'll call Vue app. And on the Vue app, we'll add the component as a global component. Okay, now we can use the quill editor inside our form. So let's go inside the form. Let's take a form group and let's give it a name, description, and label. Let's remove the text area and add our quill editor. So inside the client only, we'll add the quill editor. Let's add quill editor. We'll bind it with the form state dot description, so vModel, and we'll also add the content. Then we'll bind it with the form state dot description. So that should be it. Let's save it and let's all create a form model. So let's save it. So let's go inside the item and let's add the form. Let's go inside the item here. Inside the model, let's add a U card, and then let's add the overlay header component. Let's give it a title. So the title would be when a card is selected, then the title should be update card. Otherwise, it would be create card. So let's also add the selected card variable. Let's give it a type of card document. Otherwise, it can also be indefined. And let's also add the on click uh, callback function. Okay, so as you can see, create card create added. Just click on the add create. I think there's too much spacing, so instead of u card, we can just use a normal div with a class. So let's add padding 2, and it looks already very good. All right, so it's a let's now render the form inside a div. Let's take it another div. Let's give it a padding 2, and let's add our form. So we'll all give all the necessary props, create type and the list ID. Now we'll have to add the initial data, which would be selected card. Save it, and you can see we have that. So now we have to add a little bit of spacing in between the input elements. So let's do that. Let's go inside the card, and I will first of all I will add some margin from the bottom, and we'll do the same for the form group. And then I'll add a button. I forgot to add the button, so let's add a U button. Okay, we'll need to remove the variant, so variant is gone. We'll also add a block, so that's good. We need to remove the with full. Okay, save, and now you can see we have the beautiful form. All right, now let's add the event handler, and let's add event create the function. I think it would be async function name would be handle submit, and the event will add the form event type and would pass the generic z object, sorry, g output. Then inside that we'll have our schema. Let's add type of schema. Now we can create the card. Let's try that. Add some try catch. Let's use fetch. Let's go make a request API /list/list ID props dot list ID, and then we'll send the data. So let's set the method as post, and let's give the body JSON stringify event dot data, and just in case we would set the watch to false. All right, now that we have that, let's also await for it. Now let's add the logic for the update. So if props dot type is equal to update and we have the initial data, then we'll do the update. So I will return and then we'll await, then we'll use the use page, and we'll use it, and we'll also give the props in initial data dot id, which would be the card id. Now since we have that, let's also call our callback function. We'll do the same for the create. Now everything is done for the create form. Now let's also add the callback on create. Would like to refresh. So let's also refresh and uh, add the show create to false. Let's do the same for the update. Only difference is we will also set the selected card as undefined. Okay, now let's try to add a card. Let's add a title. Okay, it seems like we are having a problem with the WYSIWYG. I know the reason. It is actually binding the delta, but what we need is the rendered HTML. So let's add the content type as HTML. As HTML. Let's save it. And let's add the toolbar as minimal because we don't need all that option. Now let's refresh and let's try to add a card. Let's give a title. Let's seems like the create is not working. Let's check in our network tab. No, nothing is happening. Let's see in the code why it's not working. So let's do one thing. Let's add a let's scroll down and let's add a console.log so that we see if we are getting the something at least. So let's add some data, just a random data. Let's click on create. Nope, we're not even getting the event data. Actually, I know the reason. It is because of the card schema validation. We have the list, but we are not actually having it inside our reactive object. So let's add that. So we'll add list and we'll get assign it to the props list ID. Let's refresh and let's click on the add card and let's try to create a card. We'll just add some data and let's also add some description. And as you can see, we have created the card, but it is not refreshing the board. So as you can see in the request, we are sending all the correct data. As a response, we are also getting the data. So let's see the another request. Yes, indeed, we are getting the cards. So let's do one thing. Let's see why the refresh is not working. So let's go back to the item and let's see this refresh. So the problem is we are refreshing the board, but while we have to refresh the use page, so let's change it to refresh board and let's change it here as well. And let's also add a refresh from the use page, and let's use this refresh to after the on create. So that is already done, and as you can see, now we have our card object. So let's close that. Let's minimize this a little bit. All right, now let's design the card. So we're going to be using Vue draggable in order to use the loot cards. We'll not be using v4, but we'll use the draggable. So let's import that. So import Vue draggable from Vue draggable. So let's use that here. So let's go inside the list body. Let's remove the data. And instead, we'll use the Vue draggable. And the first thing we'll do, I'll check for the data. If we have the data, then we'll render the Vue draggable. Now let's add the list. Let's assign the list to data. And we'll also add the item key as underscore ID. And as you can see, we are getting a error, but that is fine. That is acceptable. We will change that. We'll fix that. So let's also add the scroll sensitivity. We'll set it to 500. And after that, let's also add the force fallback to true so that we can drag and scroll at the same time. All right. Now we have to add a slot, but before that, let's add some class. So let's add some padding 2 and then space void 2. Flex, we'll set it to 1. Basically, we're just adding all the classes from the outer body. We'll remove the outer body in a bit, and the view draggable will work as a container for the cards. So let's remove that. And let's remove the ending div as well. And as you can see, we're getting another error. That is totally fine. Now let's add the slot. Slot name would be item. And inside the item, we'll get the element. So let's remove this suggested template. Now we can uh, print the element. And as you can see, now we have our card object. Now inside here, we'll create our card. So let's add a padding, and let's just add the element title. And as you can see, we have our card element. So let's give some other classes as well so that it looks at least a bit good. So we'll give some border radius. Let's give rounded LG, and let's all the border in the dark mode should be gray 700. Wow, it look good. Okay, now create another list. So let's refresh, create another list. Let's call it doing. So the thing is, you see, you cannot drag and drop to another list. To make that happen, we have to add another props to the view draggable, and the name of the prop is group, and we have to group it. I would have to give it the name list, and now you can drag and drop. Let's refresh, and if you drag and drop, and you can see it is working. Wow, that is awesome. Now let's add some more classes and make it more beautiful. The card doesn't look like a card right now. So what we'll do, instead of having it here, we can just create a card component. So let's do that. Let's copy it. Let's add a div, and let's add the list card component, which we'll just create in a bit, and we'll provide the card, provide the element inside the card props. Let's close this one and let's go inside our file directory list and create a new component called card. And here we'll just paste whatever we have copied. Now let's also define the props for the card. So we'll give card and the card document. So let's define and use the card props. Let's refresh and you can see we have our card nicely done. All right. So as you can see, it is working. Let's add some more classes to the card. And let's also add a cursor grab. So the problem is I have added the class to the outer div. So we have to move those classes to the card. So let's copy this and let's go to the card and let's paste it. Now it should be okay. Okay, so let's make a refresh. And as you can see, we are getting all our styles. And we can see the card has a transparent background which needs to be changed. So let's also add the background for the card. So for the light mode, I'll add a background white. So this is how it will look. But for the dark background, we will use the BG gray 700. But then our border will be invisible. So let's make the border color 600. Wow, looks nice. So now you can drag and drop the card from one list to another list. So yeah, it is working perfectly. But also add the ghost class. So let's go inside the item and inside the view draggable. Let's create a ghost class. So we'll add the ghost class props. And I'm going to call it ghost dash card or card dash ghost. Okay. All right. So let's add the styles. So ghost card, I'll apply some Tailwind classes. So apply. I will first make it BG100 for the light mode. For the dark mode, I'll make BG gray 700. And then I'll also make it rounded LG. So our border radius is also added. Now I want to make the card ghost content to be invisible. When we are the ghost mode, we are in the ghost mode. So invisible, set it to invisible. Let's test it. So let's refresh. And now if you see how nicely done, well, looks good. Now let's create another card just to make something interesting. Let's create, and as you can see, we can now drag and drop. Nicely done. Now let's also uh, add the other class for in the view draggable as well. Just go inside the card and we want to make the card clickable. So what you can do, we can add a callback. So one click, and it can be just a empty function. We have to remove the colon. We don't need the colon here. And we can assign it to event handler one click. Let's just remove it because we can just use the click handler in the card itself. Vue allows us to do that. So let's just add the click event handler, and let's add a function handle update card update. Let's just say that. Now let's define the function, and we'll pass the element as well. Element. Let's remove the ID. We need the whole element. So let's add the function handle card update, and it should now open the form. As you can see, it is working, but we are not getting our data inside the form. So let's print the initial data in the form component, and let's see. So we are getting the data, but why it is not coming to our form? Maybe we have not assigned the initial data to the form object, form set object. So let's see. Yes, indeed, we have not assigned that. So let's add a watch effect and assign that. Inside the watch event, we'll check if we have the props type update and we have the initial data. If yes, then we'll assign the title and description to the form state. But you see there is a squiggly error, so we have to add the type to our form state as well. So we'll pass the generic to the reactive, and we'll make it partial. Let's save that. And as you can see, now we are getting the data in our form. Let's remove the data from the component. Let's try to update. So let's update. Let's change something. Let's add just the updated string, and we're updating, but it is not getting updated. So let's refresh, and you can see it's not getting updated. So let's see why is that. So let's make a request and see in the network tab what's the problem. And I see the route path is not correct. So I see there's an API and we're directly making a request to the cards, but we don't have the cards route. We have it associated with the list. So yes, there's the black sheep. So we have to change that. We have to add the list and then the list ID, and then we will have cards and the cards ID. So add the list ID. So list ID will come from the list ID. So let's change the let's check. Yes, list ID. So let's change it to props.list ID. Props.list ID. Let's save it. And now let's try to update a card. Let's add updated. Click on update, and as you can see, it is getting updated. Awesome. And it is also getting refreshed as well. And we also need to add a loading state. So let's do that. On top of the form state, let's add is loading, not loaded, but the loading. And let's set it to false initially. Then let's use that in the button. Let's try again. Let's click on create. I think it's not working. So let's see why is that. All right, we are not using the use loading inside our try catch. So let's do that. And inside the finally, we'll set it to false. All right, now let's try again. Yes, it is working. It is so fast that you are barely able to see it. Awesome. Let's try to drag and drop. So when we move the card, initially you see it is moving, but it will change when you refresh. So when you refresh, it will go back to its previous state. So it is not managing state in the backend. So we have to make that work. So let's minimize this, and all right. So let's go inside the view draggable and add change event listener. So inside the view draggable, let's add change, and we'll assign it a function. So we'll call the function handle card change. So let's add the definition for this function. Let's add async function handle change, and we'll also receive an event of whose type we don't know. So we'll slap by any. So the event will give us added and a removed property. We'll need to update the use list, I mean the list. So let's go inside the list and let's see if we have an update function. So we have the handle sort, we have the destroy, but we don't have the update. So let's go inside that and create the update function. So it will be a asynchronous function. Let's call it update, and let's remove that, and let's add the list ID as well as the data. So uh, let's add the function. So we'll do try and catch. Let's just copy it from the destroy, and then we'll just change things as we go on. Let's also add the data. Data would be of the type list document. So it would also be partial. So partial list document. Let's change the method to put and also add the body. Let's assign it to data, and just in case, let's set the watch to false and also change the toast message to updated, and we have our route correctly. So that is it. We have removed the toast because we don't need that toast, and that's all correct. Let's save it. So let's also export the update. And since we have the update now, let's go inside the composable, also create one for the card so that we can update the card and the destroy the card as well. So let's use card, and inside the card let's add the same function, but we'll change the type and the route. So the endpoint would be list slash list id slash cards slash list id, sorry. So it will be the, it will also have the card id as well. So let's add that as well. First thing, we'll have the cards and then the card id. The method would be same, the data would be same. That's all good. Now let's go inside, let's export the update, and let's use this inside the handle card change. So we'll slap a try catch inside that. Um, let's do it properly, try catch error, and inside the try, we will check for the event. So if E, which is our event, and then we'll check if we have a added. So that means our item is added to the list. If that happen, so what we'll do, we'll get the card from the e dot added. So let's assign that to a new variable. So element, we'll get the element, and then we'll can call it card. So it would be e dot added. So we have that. Now let's update the card. So let's call our composable. So let's add the composable on top. Let's get the update, and let's call it update card. Let's call it update card. And let's use this function inside the handle card change. So let's go inside the try block, and we'll update the card. So first thing we have to do is we have to pass the card ID. In here, the card ID would be the card dot underscore ID. And then the second thing we need is the list ID, which would be the props dot list ID, props dot list dot underscore ID. And the third thing would be our data. So data will just change the list. We'll just update the list. So we'll pass list and then the props dot list dot underscore ID. All right. Now we have to update the list as well to store the correct order of the cart. So let's do that. Just below that, we will add um, let's add the update from the use list, and let's call it update list. And inside the just below the update card, let's also use the update list, and we'll pass the list ID, and then we will send the ID of the cards. So cards, then it would be data, not props, data. Then we will use the value, and then we'll do a flat map. So we'll just need the IDs. So IDs of array. So let's do that. Item dot underscore ID. Now we are getting a type error. So let's add the type for the use page. So we'll add a card document of array. And so let's do that. All right. Now our error is gone. Awesome. So let's save it and let's test it. All right, now we have our function done. Let's refresh. Let's maximize a little bit. Let's also pull up our console, and now let's test. So let's drag that element, and you can see we have an error. So let's see why is that. Okay, so seems like our endpoints is correct. Let's check the response perhaps. So let's go to the request. We're sending the list, and in the response we say are getting card not found, which is unusual. So let's probably check in our code. So let's minimize it, and let's go to the code. We have everything right here. So let's go to the server. Let's go inside the server API, and then list, and then cards, and inside the put request. So what do you have to do? We have to remove the list ID from the match query. Let's refresh and let's see what happens now. So let's drag this element from here to the doing, and seems like it is working. So let's refresh. Wow, so that's new. So let's refresh again, and, and let's change the order, but changing order is not working, but we can drag and drop. And the problem is the card is being copied to the another board. So there is the problem. So let's fix that as well. We are getting this weird behavior. So whenever we are copying a card from one list to another list, it is getting copied over. So the thing is, I know the exact reason. The reason is that uh, we're updating the card here. Instead, what do you have to do? We have to go outside of the if statement, and we have to do it here. So now let's refresh. Let's copy this card over to here. And now let's refresh the page. And as you can see, it is working, and it is working for this as well. Awesome. And now let's see if we can sort this. So let's put the hello world on the top. And there's some issue, I guess. So let's refresh again. And let's put, yeah. So as you can see, hello world is indeed on the top. And again, we are getting some weird issues. So let's try to see again what's going on. So duplicate keys was found during the update. Make sure the keys are unique. Okay, that makes a sense. That makes sense. So what we have here is we are getting duplicate keys, right? So let's try removing it altogether. Let's do something like that. And
Of course we'll get the error, but let's try. Okay, so let's put hello world on the top. Let's refresh, and it is working. So the thing is, the card, the ID of the items sometimes are getting copied over. So that was the issue, and we can now just remove that, and we can use some different ID. The problem for this behavior is we had a lot of issues with at first, and then the card with the same ID got copied, right? So that was the problem. So to mitigate that issues, what I'll do, I'll just delete the board. And since we don't have a delete function here, so let's add the delete function on our board as well. So let's go inside the cards. Let's go over to the board card. Yeah, right here. And why do we have this error? It should be board dot model. Okay. Okay, cool. So on edit this will happen, but what will happen in case of boards? So let's create a composable, just like we did for the other resources. So let's go inside composables. I'm just going to copy the one with the card where we have the delete. Okay, let's copy this. Let's create a new composable. Let's call it use board. And inside here, you can just use board. We don't need the board ID this time. We don't need the board ID. Yeah, we don't need the sort either. So let's remove that. We need the update and the destroy, so let's keep these two. So I guess we already have the update, so we can remove the update from here, and we can only have the destroy. Let's save it. Now the problem is we need to have the board ID, and it should be boards and board ID, and we can say board deleted. So let's close that. Let's close that. Let's go inside the board card, and let's use that composable. So let's do const destroy use board, and we'll just call the destroy here. Okay, we'll call the destroy, and we'll send our board ID. Let's make it a async function. Let's await for it. And what else we'll do, we'll refresh the boards. Okay, but let's see if we are actually providing this. So let's copy. Let's go to our index page so that we have the refresh. So I will go to the page and then index. No, we don't have the provide. So let's use provide, and let's use the correct key and do refresh. Save it. And where we were here. So let's refresh that. Now let's delete these boards. Okay, let's delete this one as well. Let's create another board. Let's call it freelance project like that. All right. And I see our cover image is not working. Why is that? Let's check. Why is our cover image not working? Let's refresh again, and we see this. Okay, the problem is we are not getting hits because I guess we have uh, used the cover image limit. We have exhausted our limit. So let's just create a one without the image. So let's call it freelance projects. And then click on create board. Our board should be created by now, but we don't, since we don't have the image, so you don't see it. So let's fix that behavior. So I'll go inside the card. So what we are doing is let's do one thing. Let's try to add it here. Okay. All right. So let's remove this one as well. Let's save it. And Let's save this one. All right, let's save this one. And so let's make it absolute only when we have the image. So let's add absolute when we have the board dot cover image. Okay, let's save it. And there you go. Now we have our board. Let's go inside the board. Okay, one thing I think we are missing is we are not using the middleware for this. So let's also add the middleware. So inside here, I will use the define page meta and auth middleware. Let's refresh and let's create a list. Let's call it to do. Let's create another one. Let's call it doing. Let's call another one. Let's say it done. And now let's add the card. So maybe what should we write? So let's say first one is hello. Fine. This is also required. So hello. Go with hello. And then I would add another one. I would say design card. I just copy it over to here. Now I'll also add another one. I'll say design landing page, blah, blah, blah. So something like that. And now if I copy it here now and then if I refresh, you see we still have our state persistent. Let's copy it over to here. Let's copy all the things to done and here as well. Let's refresh. Let's put it on top and it is working. Awesome. So now our cards are working. Our cards has an update feature. So let's try the update. And yeah, update is working. Then we have the delete feature. So let's delete a list, and as you can see the list is being deleted. So what else I would like to do is when you click on add card from here, it should also open the create card form. So let's do that. So let me minimize this all the way down, and here I'll go inside the list. I'll go inside the list item, and here we have the actions. So now what we'll do click and show create value, and we'll set it to true. All right, so we can add the card from here and here as well. Now the problem is, let's say you click on this, you have your update card, right? Now you close this one, you add a card, and you still see this. So we need to change that. So for that, what I will do, I will add a watch effect, and I will watch for the show create value. Okay. So show card create. So let's add a watch. So I'll watch, and then I will add the show create, and I'll get the value. So if the value is false, then what we'll do selected card value would be undefined. Why we have this? Okay, let's save it. Now let's try again. Now let's click on a card. We have the update card. Now click on add card, and we have this also. Awesome. Now what I would like to do is I would like to design this piece. It is looking very narrow. So what I'll do, let's inspect and let's check if we can update the height. So what do you have to do? You have to add, and this class, we have to modify this class. So let's do that. Let's go inside our card form, and inside the style I will add this, and I would apply a Tailwind class. Let's say h 32, maybe 128 pixel enough for now. Let's, yeah, It's looking good, better actually. So let's, yeah, okay. Now our board page is complete. We can add card, we can delete list, we can sort, we can drag and drop, right? And all the things are working. You can also add a new list. So this page is finished. Now what else do we need to do? And our board delete option is also working. Our board edit option is also working. So now, congratulations, we are done with the core feature of our application. Now we will focus on creating the SaaS, and we would restrict the user to only create one board when they are not a premium user. When they buy a premium feature, when they subscribe, it should let them create unlimited board. So now we are going to touch down on a lot of advanced topics such as creating a webhook, integrating Stripe, creating the session URL and all that. So I can't wait to show you all that. But before that, make sure you're hydrated, and let's continue to the next section of this course.
In order to add subscription system or SaaS system in our application, we need a Stripe account. So make sure you sign up for Stripe if you don't have an account already. So I assume you can create the account yourself. So I'm not going to show how to sign up for Stripe. So let me take you to the Stripe dashboard and let me show you how you can get these details. So first thing I need is a price ID, public key, and Stripe secret key, and a webhook secret. So let's get our Stripe account. So what you see is my Stripe account, and as you can see, I have turned on the test mode. So make sure you also do the same. So now what I'll do is I will first of all get the publishable key. So you will see the publishable key here. If you don't see that in your dashboard, what you can do, you can go inside the developers option, and then from there you can go to the API keys, and from the API key you will get your publishable key, and then you'll get your secret key as well. So let's copy our public key, press copy. Let's go in our Stripe, let's paste it here. All right, so it is. Now let's save it as well, and we'll do the same for our secret key. So let's reveal the secret key first, and now let's copy it. Now paste it here. So as you can see, our public key and secret keys are set, but I'm not going to just set the Stripe webhook secret now because we are going to test it in our local environment, and for webhook to work in local environment, you have to download the Stripe CLI, which creates a sandbox webhook secret. So even if we just add one right now, it will not going to work. So I'll show you a workaround that as well. So the third thing we need is a Stripe price ID. This is very important. So let's go and create our product and get the price ID. So to do that, what you have to go do is you have to go to product catalog. Since I have already used that, so it is coming inside the recent tab. So chances are if you haven't used the Stripe, you will not see that in the recent tab. So what you can do, you can click on more, and then you will basically see all your options. So there is subscription, invoice, quotes and all. What we are interested in is this particular option which says product catalog. So let's click on it, and so here you create your price. So as you can see, I have already created a product called Trello. So what I'll do now, I'll let it leave as it is, and I'll create another product. Let's call it Trello YT or something like that. Okay, then here you see the option called recurring. So for our subscription product to work, we have to select this option. Make sure you're selecting recurring, and then you choose your currency. Since I am in India, so Stripe automatically selected my native currency, which is INR, but I'm gonna change it to dollars. So from all over the world, people can buy my SaaS. So let's change it to US dollars, and let's give it a price of, let's say, $2.9. Okay, that's enough. And let's also set it to monthly. Okay, so these are the options. Also, you can add your logo or product image. I highly recommend, if you are creating a production grade application, you add the image and description as well, so that the user doesn't feel lost. So whenever they go, they will see in the checkout page the description and the product image as well. So let's click on add product. So it will create a product and you'll get a product ID. So let's wait for that. So as you can see, our product has been created. Now let's click on the product. So this is basically your product, and what you see is the product, and then you have a price. All right, so this is your price ID, which we will be using to create a checkout session for our customers. So let's copy this one. And let's paste it over here. So whenever you will change the product prices, you can just use the environment variable to update the product price. So let's save it, and these three options are enough for us to now start working on the subscription module. So let's close this for now. And also, since we are here, I would also like to install the Stripe CLI. So let's check the documentation for that. So I'm going to go to Stripe CLI, and the first link, let's click on the first link. And so according to your system configuration, you can select whatever the OS you are using. In my case, I'm using Windows for this particular option. So what they're saying, you can just download the Stripe exe, which what I'm going to do right now. But if you are using Linux or something else, you can just do that. So let's go to Windows and let's click on the GitHub download link. So now we'll have our exe probably. So let's check, where do we have our Windows? So this one, so let's click on it. All right, let's open it up. Okay, so Windows is giving me warning, but I'm going to run it anyway. So this is what I'm seeing right now. So I hope Stripe CLI is now installed. So let's close this one. Let's open our terminal and let's go over to the command prompt and let's see Stripe, and it says Stripe is not a recognized internal command. So maybe we have to add the path to our environment variable. So let's try that. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to try to add the environment variable. So let's go to our Windows and search for environment variables. Now let's go inside the environment variables and let's go inside the path. Let's click on edit, and in the last row I will just paste my my path. So let's also remove this one. Let's click on OK, OK, and OK. Now let's open the command prompt and let's write Stripe. And as you can see, now we have our Stripe. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to log in to my Stripe. So just write Stripe and then log in. So now you have to click on this one and it will open up a confirmation window. What you have to do is you have to give the permission for your CLI to work with your Stripe account. So I'm just going to do that. So it will load your dashboard and it will ask for the access. So let's click on allow access. and it should be logged in. Yes, it is. So it is now logged in for 19 days, 90 days. So that's well and good for us. So now let's minimize this for now, because we are going to need it when when we'll integrate the webhooks. So let's now close this one, and let's keep this also open, and let's also minimize this window. Let's close all our files. All right, so now we have our application on our right hand side, and we have our code base on the left hand side. Awesome. So now what I'll do is I will first go to the server and then API, and then I'll go to the models, and I'll change a few things in the user model. So let's do that. So we already have the Stripe customer ID. Now I will add another property. I'll call it subscription, and inside the subscription I will have a bunch of other property as well. So subscription object will contain all our information about the subscription from our Stripe. So first thing we'll need is the ID. This would be the subscription ID from Stripe, and it would be of type string, and then we will set the default to null, and then we will have status, which will also be of type string, and which will also set it to null. All right, so now that we have our ID and status, also we'll add the price ID, so that we know which price ID we are subscribed to, which will also again be type string, and the default would be null. So let's save that. So once we have that, what we'll do, we'll also add a helper method. So let's add that as well. So what we are going to call it is we're going to create a virtual property. So when we query a user, we'll also get it as a normal property in the object. So let's create that. So Mongoose allows you to do that. So how to do it is very easy. So first thing you have to do is you have to take your schema, and then on the schema you have to call the virtual, and then you have to give the name. So what I'm going to name it is has active subscriptions. So now you can set the getter and the setters. So we don't need any setters. We don't need to write any data to our database for this particular field. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write the getter, and I'll show you how to do that. So we'll get a function, and inside the function you'll get this, and this would be your basically user document, and basically now you can just return anything. So what we'll do, we'll just allow a few, we'll just match it with an array of allowed statuses. Only then we'll set it to true, otherwise it will always be false. So the allowed status would be active or trialing. So for now we haven't set any trial option in our price, but you can do that. So that is why we are going to allow it. So if your user is in trial period, then also we are going to give the access to the user. But anything other than that, maybe the user has a cancelled status, or maybe they have a paused payment, in all the other cases we are not going to give the access to the user. So it's not like we are not giving the access, it's just we are setting this particular field in our user schema, in our user object. So this is what we are going to use to authorize the user. So let's first create the allowed statuses. So allowed statuses would be, first of all, active, and then the second one would be trialing. And what we'll check here is basically we'll return allowed statuses, and then we'll check for if it includes the this dot subscript. All right, so you'll be seeing this error is it is because we don't have the type in our user document, so we have to add the type as well. So let's do that. So here we will have the subscription, and inside the subscription we will have the ID, which would be of type string. Then after that we'll have price ID, which would also be string. Then we'll have status, which is also going to be just a string. All right, so let's add that. And next I'm going to also add this particular field. So we have a nice auto completion for our user object, so it will set it to boolean. Let's save it, and we are good to go now that we have our subscription, Stripe customer ID and all that. So let's create some APIs to create the subscription links. So let's do that. All right, so now let's create the subscribe API inside our users inside the API. So let's go inside the API and let's create another directory. Let's call it users, and inside the users I'm going to create a new API. I'm going to call it subscribe.post. So let's go inside that subscribe.post. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get the config, and I'm going to get the config from the use runtime config composables. So this will give me access to my configurations from the Nuxt config. And after that I'm going to get the authenticated users. So how do we get the authenticated user? We basically attach it with the event. So event context.user, this will give me the authenticated user, but it is not going to work because in this particular route the middleware is not applied. So let's go inside the middleware and let's change that behavior as well. So let's as I can see, API/users is already added, so it will work. So let's close this one, and let's go below this, and let's also add the configs. So let's go inside our env. Let's copy a few things. Stripe price ID. Let's go inside our Nuxt config, and here from the public I'll add, not like this, I will just add Stripe price ID, and I'll set it to process.env.stripe price ID. Let's also copy our Stripe public key. Let's copy it and let's add it here. Stripe public key, which should be process.env.stripe public key, and all our public key can go inside the public. It is important to make sure that your secret keys are not leaked. So whatever you put inside public would be bundled with within the browser. So make sure you don't put your secret key here as well. let's just set the secret key on outside of the public. So we'll say Stripe secret key, and we'll set it to process.env. Let's copy it from here, Stripe secret key, and there you go. Since we are here, we'll also like to add the webhook, although we're not going to use that right now, but let's just add webhook secret. So let's add that from the environment variable. So process.env. All right, so let's save it and let's close it. Let's close this also. So now what we'll do, we need a Stripe instance. So if you remember, at very first we have installed the Stripe. So now we have the Stripe and we can just use it inside the subscribe post. What I would like to do is I would like to create a utility for the Stripe, and then I can configure with the key, and then I can use it in all the other places. So let's create a new utility. Let's call it Stripe and so what I'll do is I'll go inside the Stripe, and there's a whole bunch of things, we don't need those. What we will do is we'll do export default, and then we'll just send a arrow function, and let's close all those things. Now let's get the config from use runtime config. So from here we'll get our private key, which we'll need to instantiate our Stripe object. So let's also check if we have a key, otherwise we'll just throw an error. So we'll check for config.stripe secret key. If we don't have that, what we'll do, we'll just throw a create error, and inside the create error we'll just say status code 500, because that's a server error. So, and also we'll set the message as Stripe secret key is required, something like that. So now that we have that, let's go below that block, and let's now create a new Stripe instance. So Stripe would be equal to new, and let's also import the Stripe, and let's give the server the secret key. So this should just now work, and we can just return the Stripe instance. Let's save it, and now we can use it inside our subscribe module. So the thing is, in order for us to create a subscription link for the user also needs to be added to the Stripe. So we will do that as well. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the user. So let's do one thing. Instead of having the user from the context, what I'll do, I'm going to run a query. So user dot find by ID. It would be find, not find. Find by ID, and here we'll put our ID. So it would be event context dot user and then dot underscore ID. So now we'll get our user from here. We'll await for that. So now we'll get the user, but let's also add a check just in case if we don't have the user. we will throw a create error, and we'll just say status 401, which means the user is not logged in, and we'll just say message as unauthorized request. Let's save it. Now that we have our user, so what we'll do is we will check if we don't have the user dot Stripe customer ID. Let's say if we don't have the Stripe customer ID, then we'll generate one and then assign one. Okay, so how do we do that? So let's take a customer variable, and what we'll do, we can now call Stripe from utils. It is a function, so Stripe function, then customers, then we have to change that with not like that, like create, and we can pass a bunch of data. First thing I'm going to send is the email, so it would be user dot email, and then I'm also going to send the name as well, so it would be user, not this, user dot name. All right, so it will create a Stripe customer, and what I would like to do is I'd like to set the Stripe customer ID to the newly created Stripe customer from the Stripe API, and we'll just set the ID here. Okay, so once we set the user ID, let's also save our user. So I'll do user dot save, which will save our data to the database. So let's do that, save it, and now we have a Stripe customer ID to work with. All right, now we will create the checkout session. So let's also add a comment, create checkout session. Let's save it, and now let's create the session. Let's call it session, and then I'm going to call the Stripe function again, and then now we'll do checkout dot sessions dot create. So now focus here, because these data are very important. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to pass a customer. The customer would be the Stripe customer ID, and where do you get the Stripe customer ID? We get that from the user Stripe customer ID, right? So that is why we are saving the Stripe customer ID in the first place. So let's also add the other items. So now we need a line items. This is basically where you add your product's ID. So it takes an array to be specific, and then a object, and then we have to give the price ID. So where do you get the price ID from? We get the price ID from the config dot public dot Stripe price ID, right? And we have to also give a quantity. So let's set the quantity for 1. If you want a per seat based subscription, then this quantity field needs to be dynamic, and you can then let the user choose how many seats they want, and then you can add those quantity just in case if you needed that information. But we're not going to use that. So well, let's just move forward, and we have to set the mode. So mode would be what? The mode would be subscription, and then we need the we need the success URL. So after a successful payment, where do the customer go? So now you can just set it to hard-coded localhost 3000. But what I'm going to do, since we already have origin, so why not just let it come back to the origin? So let's also use the environment variable for that. So config, then auth, and then origin. So see, now we are using the auth origin for this case as well. And I'm going to set the same for the error URL. We don't want it to go to somewhere else. So error URL also be coming to this particular section. So it will not be error URL, actually it would be cancel URL. Okay, so let's remove one URL from here, and there we go. Okay, so this will create a session, but for that this returns a promise, so we have to wait for that. So now we have a session, and what we can do, we can now check if we don't have a session or we don't have a session.url. In that case, we're going to just throw a error and we'll call it create error, and then we'll set the status code as 400 and we'll say message something went wrong. All right, so let's save it, and now let's send the URL. So return session dot URL. All right, so now let's save it. So what this API will do, if now we make a request to this particular endpoint, it will give us a subscription URL, and from the front end, what you can do, we can just redirect the user to that particular URL. From there they can make their payment, and once the payment is done, Stripe will send them to the success or cancel URL based on the status, and there we don't have any way to know whether the transaction was successful or not, although we can do that with the help of the query parameter they send. But what we'll do instead, we'll check that in the webhook, so Stripe will let us know whether the transaction was correct or not. So that's good. So let's do one thing, let's save that, and let's create authorization so that the user cannot create more than one board in the free plan. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go inside the boards. All right, so let's add the restriction to our board create route. So I'll go inside the boards and then index.post. Now here we will add that restriction. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to count how many boards the user have. So let's do that. So what we'll do is we'll call a new variable, we'll call it board count, and then we will call our board model, and then we'll do count documents, and then we'll pass the owner. So let's copy it from here, let's paste it here. So this will give us the count of the how many boards they have. So let's add a check here manually. So board count, if it is more than 1 or equal to 1 and they don't have the subscription, so let's also change this user to the normal users. So this is fine actually. So let's also add the type, so user document, and so now we'll check for if user dot has active subscription. If they don't have active subscription, then we'll throw create error, and inside that we'll write the status code as 403, which means you don't have access or payment required. I don't know the correct meaning, but let's just copy a message from somewhere else and let's paste it here. All right, so now you will not be able to create more than one board. So let's do one thing, let's try to create board. So I'll refresh the page and I will try to create a board here. So let's refresh and let's wait a bit. So now let's click on create board. Let's say main, and I'm going to choose the image. Let's click on create, and as you can see the main is now created. Now let's say, now click on a new one let's call it second, and let's try to select another image. Let's click on create, and you see it is not created. You get this error. So let's go inside our front end and let's add the message so that the people can see what the error message is. But what I saw is, in case of the error also, you see the success. You saw the success toast. So let's change that behavior. So I'm going to close this too. We don't need that anymore. And I'm going to close the user model as well. So what we're interested in the components. So let's inside the form, inside the board, and we have to do something here. All right. So what we need to do is here create board. So this use fetch, what it gives us is, it gives us a reference of the error. So what we'll do, we'll check if error dot value exists. If it exists, then what you will do is we will use the use toast, and inside that we'll add a toast. Then we'll set the color to red, and then we'll also add a message. Let's add the description as well, and let's call it let's also try to get it from the error dot value dot message. Let's save it. And do we have to add a title? We can, but there is no restriction, so let's save it. And now what will happen is, so we are checking if we have an error. In that case, show a toast and then return. Don't go to the next line. Okay, so let's save it. Now let's click on create board. Let's select secondary. Let's choose the image. Let's click on create board, and as you can see, it says 403 forbidden. So this is exactly not what the message we want. So let's also inspect and let's see where we can get the correct message. So I'm going to go to the network. Let's click on create. Let's put any name, and in the boards, what you see is different. So let's try to get the data dot. Is it inside this message? I'm not sure. So let's check. What I'll do, I'm going to just console.log so that I can see the full data. So error dot value. So let's save it. Let's click on the console. Let's close this one. Let's add this, and let's add this image, and let's click on create board. And I see that we're just receiving the 403 message. Maybe it is in some other value. So let's check for value, and let's try to append that with status message, normal message. Let's try that. Let's try with response. And do we have anything in the response? So in the response, let's save it. Let's try to create another one. No, we don't have anything in the response. Let's try the data. Create board. All right, so inside the data we have the message. So what we need is message like that. Let's save it. Now let's try to create another one. Let's select this goose, and you can see you can't create more than one boards in free plans. Please upgrade your plan to create unlimited. All right, So now we see the error message, but what we want is whenever this happens, we want to get the paywall message so that the user can take the action immediately. So how do you do that? So basically we can now we'll create a composable or a reactive element, so which can be triggered with the help of a composable. So let's create that. So what we'll do is first we'll create a composable. So let's go inside the composable folder, and inside the composable directory, let's create a new composable. Let's call it use subscription, and let's go inside the use subscription. Let's remove one extra use, and now let's Alright, so let's start creating the use subscription composable. So first thing we'll do, we'll return is loading. So let's create the is loading. So we'll set the is loading to ref false. So we'll change that in a bit. Then another thing we need the subscription model state, and instead of using ref, what we are going to use the use state. So what use states do is, you can just read it right here. It creates a global reactive ref that will be hydrated but not shared across the SSR request. So when the page loads and when you go from when your application loads throughout the application, if it's not in a SSR routes, the state will be persistent, so it will be like a global state, right? So what you can do, we can set a key, and we can also set a default value. So default value, initial value would be false. Then we will return that as well, and then we need the modal title. For that also we are going to use use state, but this time we don't need a key because we are not going to be referencing it in some other component and changing it. So I'm just going to give this upgrade to premium, and we'll also return that. Then we need a modal description. For modal description, let's also return this, and let's also use state for this, and then we'll just return a description. You can write anything you like, okay? Then we'll create a function which will trigger, we'll change this to true, and also take a parameter and then change the modal title and description as well. So let's return that, and now let's take some options. So in the options, what we'll do, we'll take the title as string and the description as string, and then the whole object would be can be this or either this or undefined. So it's optional. So we'll check if options has the title, then we'll set the title with the modal title, and then we'll check if the option has the description. If yes, then we'll set the description as well. Then we'll set the subscription model state value as true, and now we'll consume all this in a component which we will add it in the app, so that we can just call this particular composable to trigger that. Now we will create another function. We'll just return this one, and then we'll create the hide subscription model as well, so it will hide the subscription simply, okay? Now that we have that, now we need a watch to check if the subscription model status is false. Then we need to reset this value, whatever this is set to, we'll change this to this default state. So let's do that. So if we don't have a value, that means that the subscription model state is in inactive state. If we have that, then we'll do a set timeout after a few minutes, after a few seconds, 2 seconds, after 200 milliseconds, sorry, we'll change the value, and that is all. We don't need anything else inside our watch. So then let's create another function, and let's call it subscribe. So this will basically make a call to the backend and get the subscription URL and redirect to that particular page. So let's create that. So we'll create a async function, and we'll call it subscribe. So inside we'll first take a try and catch, and then we'll set the is loading to true. Then we will get the error and data from and then we'll await, and we'll use fetch. And on use fetch, we will use the API users underscore, not underscore, slash subscribe, and option would be post. Now we'll get our data and the error. First thing we'll do, we'll check if we have a data.value. If we have the data.value, that means we successfully received our URL. So what we'll do, we'll just redirect the user or the customer to that particular URL. So how do we do that in JavaScript is we use window.location.href. That would be equal to the URL. So this will basically load the URL into the same window, right? So this is if the value is truthy, or else if we have a error.value, what we'll do, we will just add a toast. So inside the toast, we will add the title and the value.status message and then the value.message. All right. So let's save that, and inside the catch, we'll also add a error. So this is enough for us to get started with. So what I'll do, I will just save this one, okay, and let's create the component as well. So let's go inside the components and let's create a new component. Let's call it subscribe model, and let's go inside the subscribe model. All right, so let's add our use subscription composable here. So first thing we'll do, we'll destructure it. So first thing we'll take is the subscription model state. Then we'll take the model title, model description, and we'll also take the is loading so that we can have a nice button loading animation. And then we'll have the main subscribe functions as well. Then we'll take U model. So this U model is coming from the Nuxt.js again, if you don't know. Then we'll set the V model with the subscription model state. So let's set that, and then we'll take in a div inside the U model, and then we'll set some classes, and then inside that we'll have a H1. Inside the H1 we'll just set some classes like to Excel text, font medium, and let's give our model title. Then we'll take a description, a p tag. Inside p tags we'll just add some colors, and then we'll also give the p tag, and then we'll add a image. So you'll get the image in the GitHub description. So we don't have that image, but I'll just add the image in my public directory in a bit. So let's just give image/boards, then we'll add some random image here. So now that we have that, let's also add some classes. We'll just give some 80% width, and we'll set MX auto, which will center the image and we'll display it as block. Then we'll have our button. So inside the button, first we'll give some margin from the top, and then we'll also make it block, and we'll set the is loading, and we'll set the on-click handler to subscribe, and we'll add our text. So that's basically it. So we don't have to do anything else. Let's save it, and only thing left is to use it inside our app.view. So just below the U notification, let's also add subscribe model, and that's it. So let's save it, and now let's go inside our board. So here we want to trigger the U subscribe model from here, right? So let's do that. So what we'll do, we'll check if we have the error dot value dot status code. What should be the status code? Let's check. It should be 403. So if it is 403, that means we need a payment, and you make sure you use the correct code. Otherwise there might be some other error. Maybe there is 500 error. So in that case it is a wrong pop-up. So make sure it is only 403, which means that payment requires something. So now let's use the composable. So we'll use subscription, and then we'll do show subscription model, right? And here We will add the title. We'll say multiple boards is a premium feature, and then we'll add a description. We'll call please subscribe to create multiple boards. Let's save it, and now we should get this particular pop-up. So let's try to create one, and I'm also going to like to add the inspect so that we see if anything is wrong. So let's add a name, click on create, and we have our board, and we also have our toast. So this price is incorrect. What we said, our price would be $2. So you can change that because this is just a hard coded price. Maybe you can create another variable. So let's just change it as well. So let's click on that before we add the image. So let's click on that and let's see what happens. So as you can see, it says 401 unauthorized for the subscription route. Why is that? Let's check. So invalid API key provided. So our API key is invalid. They're saying our API key is invalid. So let's do one thing. Let's make a hard restart. Let's close the application and let's rerun it. So pnpm dev, and I would also like to add the image. So let's search for a good image. So what I'll go to undraw, and then I'll try to get illustration of board. So let's search. Yeah, this one looks good. So let's get this one, and we can just get this SVG, right? So let's get SVG. Let's open it here, and let's just save the SVG in public, and let's add a new directory. Let's call it img, and let's copy it over to our emg directory, and let's call it boards.svg, right? Let's close all these, and let's remove this one. And so what we have is boards.svg. Let's save it. Let's click on create board, and let's minimize this also. And again, I'm seeing this error. So okay, so I see the Nuxt image doesn't, I think it do not support Nuxt image because it proxy the image through a IPX server. So I don't know how the compression will work on the SVG. So I think that is why it is not working. So let's save it, and you have your basically the image that looks good. So let's also change something to, let's say 8. Okay, so what I would like to do is I would like to add some margin and margin from the top and bottom. Let's add 8 perhaps. Okay, now it looks real good. So that is now out of the way, and now let's click on the subscribe for button. And all right, now you can see we are successfully getting redirected to the page, right? So what I'll do now, I will also change the price to 2.9 because that is not a correct price. Again, you can store it maybe in the database as well in your application setting. It's not a good idea. It's never a good idea to hard code this kind of information, but I keep this a challenge for you to do it yourself. Okay, so let's save it. Let's go back, and now basically you can subscribe. So what I would like to do is I would also like to add that star mark here somewhere. So let's go inside the wrapper, then default, and then here we'll add that icon. So let's copy this icon maybe, and then before the color switcher, so let's change it from user circle to star. Let's see how it looks. Okay, it looks good. Let's also give some class. Let's give it text amber 500, which will make it yellowish. Okay, looks good enough, but we need it as a button, right? So probably instead of this, we can also have this. Can we add let's check what it renders. Okay, it just normal span, but we can have our on click listener here as well. So let's add that. So click, and then we'll have our so let's also call const, then use subscription, and from here we'll get the subscribe. Let's copy it and let's assign it here. Let's save it, and let's see what happens now. Create a board, not create a board. Let's click on here. Do we have a okay? Okay, so apparently we should not do the subscribe, but we should show the model, and the model should do the subscription. So let's save it. Let's go back and let's do one more time. Let's click on the button, and yes, it is showing the board. That's good. So yes, so let's close this one, and let's also add a pointer on here. So let's add cursor pointer. Let's save it, and we have now nice pointer over here as well. Okay, so now that you have a subscription model, I think it's a good time we should also work on our webhook. But let's just try the subscription. Let's just try to subscribe and let's see what happens. Let's click on subscribe, and here let's give some card details. So for testing, we use the 424242 and 42. Actually, I have it wrong somewhere. So let's try 4242424242. Okay, and then give just any month and then any CVV. Let's also add a name. Let's select the country as United States. Let's also add some random address. As you can see, after successful payment, we are then getting redirected to the page, but we still have this because our database doesn't know that the payment was successful. So let's check if we got the payment in our Stripe account. So let's go inside the Stripe dashboard and let's check if we have the payment or not. So let's go inside subscription, and as you can see, we have the subscription to our Trello YT account, and that was $2.9 was charged, and the next invoice would be on December 21. So today is November 21. So after exactly 1 month, our customer would be charged this amount. So yeah, that's good. We got the money. This is that. So yeah, so now our subscription is done, but our application doesn't know that the subscription happened. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to create the subscription webhook. So let's do that. So how do we actually create a webhook listener in Nuxt? So what is the process? It is quite simple if you are using Nuxt. So let's go inside our server and then inside the API, let's create another directory. Let's call it Webhooks. Inside that, let's create another file. We'll call it stripe.post. Let's open that one. So first thing we'll do is let's remove the hello return. And so first thing is, of course, we need the config. So the config would be use runtime config. Then we need the body. Now it is important. So what we need is throughout the application we have use a read body, but here we would use read a raw body, right? So we need this raw data because we need to construct the event, and we need to verify with our webhook secret that yes, indeed this data is coming from the Stripe. So now here we'll pass our event, we'll get our raw body data, then we'll get the Stripe signature from the header itself. So we'll call the get header utility, and then we will pass our event, and the header name is Stripe dash signature, right? So we'll now have our signature. So let's do one thing. Let's first check if we have the body. So if we don't have the body or the signature, then we'll just throw an error, and then we'll return them from here. Stripe signature, and let's throw a create error, and inside that we'll just say status code 400, and the message would be just invalid data, right? So there's a problem, so let's solve that. Okay, so now we have our body and Stripe signature. Now let's use them, and let's throw some try and catch, and let's construct the event. So first try and then catch. So if anything goes wrong, then in that case we'll just throw a 404, not 404, just a 400, create error, and then the status code would be 400, and message would be invalid request body. So what we're going to do, we're going to construct the event, and that is asynchronous function that may throw an error. If that throws an error, then we're just going to send this one. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's now create another variable. Let's call it Stripe event, and it would be equal to Stripe, and then Webhooks, then construct event. So now in here, first of all, we need to send the payload, which would be the body. Second of all, we need the header, which is our Stripe signature. And then the third thing we need is the config dot Stripe webhook secret, right? So let's save it. And this will basically is our event, and now we can read the data, right? And let's check that. And so now we'll have a switch case. So switch, and then we'll have we'll just check for the type, and then we'll have multiple cases. So the first case would be if we have customer. First event we would be listening for is customer dot subscription dot created, right? And for all the cases that we are going to listen, for our application's case, it would going to just invoke on function. So let's add all subscription related events. So customer subscription deleted. Then we'll also add customer dot subscription dot paused. Then we'll also add case customer dot subscription dot resumed. So for all of that, what we are going to do, we're going to get the data. So let's get the data, const data, and let's get the Stripe event, and then from the event we will have the data, and then let's get the object, and we will typecast it to Stripe dot subscription, right? So now we have the subscription data. Now what we have to do is we have to update our database. So update user database. Okay. So we can add our query here, we can add multiple query here. So what I prefer is I prefer to create a method inside my model and then use it elsewhere. So let's go inside our user model. So in the user model, what we'll do, we'll create another method. So let's start off by user.method. Let's call it update subscription, and it would be async function, and as a function parameter will take data, and the data would be of Stripe subscription. Make sure to import this from the Stripe, and then that's the only piece of data we are going to receive. And then inside that, what we're going to do, we're going to set the this.subscription.id equal to data.id, which will get from our webhook. Then the subscription status will also set it to the data.status. And then for the price ID, we're going to set it to, remember how we set the price ID in when we are creating the checkout session like this. And then we'll save this to our database, right? So let's now save it. And what we'll do now inside the webhook, now we'll find the user. So let's do that. So const user would be await user dot find one, and inside that we will match the Stripe customer ID with data dot customer. All right. So if we get a user, if we have a let's do this, await user. Let's say if we have a user, in that case, what we do, we'll do update subscription. So we don't have the update subscription auto completion because we don't have it inside our type. So let's also add the type. I wish there was something which should create the type automatically, but what can we do? Let's just do it manually. So Stripe dot subscription, and then it should be return a promise of type void. All right, let's save it. Let's go in our update subscription, and we'll pass our data right here. All right, so now if we have our if we find our user with the sent with the from the Stripe event, we are going to find one. If we find one, then we are going to update the subscription with the latest subscription data, and we are basically listening for 1, 2, 3, 4 events, right? And these events are enough for us to change and make updates on our on our subscription resource. So let's remove the comment, let's save it, and let's also add a semicolon, and this should now work. But for the webhook to work in a local environment, it just you can just expect it to work like that. So what we have to do, let's open our Stripe dashboard and let's see what the documentation says. All right, let's open the test mode, go to developers. Now let's go inside the webhooks. So you see there would be an option called local listeners. So let's click on add local listeners. So what you got to do is we got to do Stripe login, which we have already done, and then you got to run this command which says Stripe listen and then forward to and then your webhook route, webhook path. So let's copy this one. Let's copy this one and let's open our, let's keep it open, and let's also open our command prompt, and let's use this. Let's do 3000 and what do you have? API slash webhook slash Stripe. Before we run this, what we'd like to do is I'd like to add a console, so at least we see what we are getting. So let's copy this one and then console.log. All right, so let's run this. And now you can see we have got a new webhook secret. So let's copy this one. How do I copy this? Let's do Control C, and now let's go inside our environment variable. Let's paste it, let's save it, let's rerun our application again. All right, now let me just maximize the terminal a little bit. So if we receive an event, we can see it. All right, so what I'll do now, I'll subscribe and let's see what happens. So this is, so as you can see, the step also, you see it is completed. Now we can trigger an event to test if it is working or not. So let's do that. Let's try to test it first. Let's go to our command prompt. Let's try payment intent succeed. Let's see if we are getting the event. So we should get it. So it says 400. So it returns a 400. So let's see what's the issue. Yes, we received two local event. It says 400. This is the request that is being sent, and we have a 400 error. Okay, so maybe we have the signature wrong, or we have the construct event wrong. So what I would like to, okay, so let's copy this one from here and let's try to add it here. Stripe event. All right, let's save it again and let's try to see what's the problem is. So what I'll do, I'll just console.log the body and let's see what happens. All right, so let me just run the command again. Let me run the command again here. Stripe trigger payment intent, and what do we have here? Let's check. So yes, we are receiving the data. So as you can see, we are receiving the data, but then maybe we don't have the signatures. So let's also check if we have the signature. Let's save it. Let's save it and let's check. So let's rerun it again. Do we have anything? Okay, we have our signature. So apparently the error is not coming from here, right? So it is somewhere here that the error is coming. So what I'll do, I will console.log this particular error so that I know what is going on with my webhook. Let's trigger, and all right, now I have something at least to check. Okay, so it says the provided signing secret contains white space. This is often indicates that extra line is or space in the value. Okay, so let's go inside our env, and where is my env? Okay, and let's see where is the extra space. Do we have extra space? No. Ha 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 ha. You see, I have added this particular string as well, where it should only be this part. Okay, so let's save it, and what I'll do, I will rerun the application again, because we have changed our env. So whenever you change the env, make sure you rerun the application. Let's remove our console.log, or let's just keep it here so that we have the error, so that we can see the error. And inside the event type, let's also add the event type console.log, and what I'll do, I'll add the event type here on the top. Let's save it. Let's give it a try again, and there you go. Oh, our application is not running. How shame. So let's run it again. Let it connect to the database first. Okay, it is connected to the database. Now let's press enter. Okay, trigger is successfully sent. Yes. So now we are receiving the endpoint. So what I'll do, let's remove this, and now let's try to subscribe. I'm going to still keep it open, otherwise it will not work. So let's minimize this. Let's also minimize this one, and now let's refresh, and let's click on this, click on subscribe, and click on subscribe from here. All right, I'm going to keep our eye on here as well. And as you can see, we have received a endpoint, webhook request, which is subscription updated, payment intent succeed. So this one would be triggered. We have a listener for this. All righty, right. So let's check. Okay, so now we should have the correct data. So let's go to a session and let's check if. Okay, so now you see we have the subscription ID, price ID, and then the status as well. The status, although it says incomplete, but it should not say that because I have just subscribed, right? So let's do one thing. Let's go to our Stripe page. Let's go to subscription. And from here, let's cancel the subscription. Okay, cancel for both the person. I'm going to cancel the subscription. All right, so now we don't have subscription for these two people. Now I should see, if I go to my application, I should see the status as cancel. So how do you see that? You go to any other page and then you come back, and the Nuxt auth package will make a request to the backend to get the latest session details. And in the session details, if you remember from the authentication chapters, we have extended the users. So now in the user details, you see this is cancelled. Awesome. So now that we have these details, what I would like to do, I would like to hook this up in the button so that if the user has the price if the user has a price, then they should not see this button. So if you notice it correctly, we don't have the has active subscription here. Why is that? Because we have to tell our schema or the Mongo schema that we want to include it in the response as well. So let's do that. So I will go inside the user model, and inside the user model, in the options, what you have to do is we have to add two JSON, and then inside that we have to add virtuals, and we have to make it true, right? And we have to do same for the two object, and then we'll also add virtuals as true. So now our mongoose will make sure to add all our virtuals inside whenever we have the two JSON or two object. So let's go to any other page. Let's come back and let's see if we have our has active subscription. Awesome. Now we have our has active subscription, which we can use in the front end to restrict bunch of UI elements, right? So let's go inside our webhook, and where is it should be inside the default. So inside the default we have the data. So what I would like to do is I would like to add a if so our data, which I would typecast as user document dot has active subscription, just like that. And why are we it should be user data dot user. Let's save it. And why is it removing it? So let's do one thing. Let's print this data over here. It says false. Okay, so it would be, we should add this. So only if the user doesn't have a subscription, then we'll show this. Okay, so now let's try to make a subscription. Let's go subscribe, and let's subscribe. Okay, seems like our subscription is done, and now it will send us back to the page, and we still see the star. So let's check in our network tab. Let's go to any other page, and then we are back to the sessions, and why we are having this. So it says the status is incomplete. So what is the reason for that? I don't know. Let's check in our Stripe dashboard. So let's go inside the Stripe dashboard. Let's go inside subscription. Okay, what I would like to see is if we received a subscription created webhook. So let's check that. Let's open. Can we open? No, we cannot. So let's. So we have a checkout session completed. Then we have invoice payment received. Then we have invoice paid, invoice requested, customer subscription updated. So what do we see? The customer updated subscription. Yeah, the status says okay. So let me also search for the status. Status says active although, but we still see incomplete. Okay, so let's check here. So we have this. So we have to return a value as well. So let's just return okay if we have everything okay. So let's save. And now what I'll do, I will just let's make another request. Let's go to Stripe dashboard. Let's go inside subscription. And let's cancel the subscription for this user. Cancel. Okay, now this time I will also like to print the type. So console.log Stripe event dot type. Let's save it. All right. So now I think we should have the inactive subscription. Yes, it is cancelled. Now let's create another subscription. Click on here. Go to the subscribe again, and let's see what we get in the terminal. So in the terminal we get a bunch of subscription. First of all, customer updated, subscription created, then payment intent requires action, payment invoice created, checkout session completed. Now let's refresh this. All right, I think we got the issues. Is just that we are not listening for the subscription updated. So let's also copy this one, and let's also add this as a case here. Okay, and now it should just work. So let's save it and let's refresh. And let's go inside our Stripe account. Let's cancel this user. Let's cancel this one. And let's minimize. And the user is cancelled. Now let's go back and come back. Yes, now it should be cancelled. So now for one last time, let's do subscribe. And now, as you can see, we don't have the premium icon anymore. That means we are successfully subscribed. I can prove it to you by going here, and then I can intercept the session, and you can see the subscription. We have a subscription ID, price ID, and the status is active. So now let's try to create a board. So let's just call it anything. Let's choose a image of a bird. Let's click on create, and as you can see, we have the new board. So that is now done. Only thing missing is our billing page. So let's also create that. So First of all, congratulations, we have got so far. I mean, now you have basically a working SaaS. Your user can sign up, they can pay, you will receive your money, and they can access your infrastructure in exchange for amount of money that you will receive in a monthly basis, which defines the basic concept of your SaaS. So now if you have a billion or trillion dollar idea, you don't have to ask your techie friend to build it for you. You can just watch this video and then straight up launch in a weekend. So now we are in very last phase of our course, and now we'll create a billing page for our user using the Stripe itself. So let's do that. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside the users, and then inside the users, you can see we have a subscribe post route. I'm going to create another route. I'm going to call it access portal, something like that. Access then dash portal. And what we will do is basically we will get the user. So const user would be user event dot context dot user. This would be our authenticated user, and when we have our authenticated user, we'll check if the user has the Stripe customer ID. If they don't have, that means they have not subscribed, so they don't need to go to the billing page. So we'll just throw an error and throw create error, and inside the error we'll do title. Is it title or status 400, and message would be user never subscribed to any service, right? So let's save that. If user subscribed, then what we'll do, we will create the portal access. So let's say session, let's call our Stripe. Then inside now Stripe we'll have billing portal. Then in the billing portal we'll have session, then create, and we'll have to pass the customer, and the customer would be user dot okay, let's also add a type here as user document Stripe customer ID, and also we'll pass a return URL, which would be use runtime config dot app dot auth dot origin. Let's save it, and if we don't have the session, let's await for it. Let's just return it, return session dot URL. Let's save it. Now we can make a request here, and it will basically send the access to the portal. So we'll go again inside our composable, which say, what is the name of the composable? Use subscription. So just below the subscribe, I'll just copy this one. I'm too lazy to write a new function, so let's copy this over and let's call it access portal. And also hopefully I will get and this time it's not post request, so let's remove that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's save it, and now probably when I use this, I'll be redirected to the portal. So let's go to the default, and here let's call the access portal. Let's copy this. And where do we have our button? Our button, we have it here. Okay, all right. So yeah, here. So let's call access portal here, or let's just give the function here instead. Save it and go here, click on billing, and you will be taken to the billing page. Now you can cancel your plan. You can see how many how much payment you have made. You can click on here, and basically you can see your receipt, payment receipt. You can download your invoice, you can download the receipts, and when you're done you can click on return, and it will take you back to your page where you can then create a list. The main purpose of the application, then also create a card. Hello world, and then you can create another card. Let's say do work, something like that. Hello. And all right, so now let's summarize what we have done so far. So we have a working prototype of our SaaS. We can now create board. We can then also add we can add list, we can add a card, we can also arrange our list. So let's say a new list, and so we can arrange our list like this, we can arrange our card like this, we can drag and drop. We can also click on add card from the top to add a card. We can also delete our list, right? So we have our core features done. Then we also have added our SaaS features. We have added authorization to one of our routes. We have then created a webhook endpoint for Stripe, so that whenever anything happens in our Stripe account, we get to know, and we also take action accordingly. So we have done all that. Now a few things we would still like to do is, when you go inside, you see we don't have proper title to our page, and we don't have a fab icon. So since we are going to deploy it, so it's better we have all that ready as well. And also I think another thing missing from the application, or is an oversight for me, is if you go inside, then if you click on the card, although you see the update button, but nowhere you see a delete button. So we'll probably add a delete actions as well. So let's do that. So alright guys, so I'll now add some finishing touch to the project. So the first thing I'll do, I can see is when you go to the login page, you don't see any sign up page, sign up link. So we'll add that. So let's go inside our auth wrapper, and inside here, just below the text, h1 text, I will add another slot, and I'll name it subheading. Now we'll use this slot to render some other text here. All right, so let's save it, and let's go to our pages. So pages, inside auth, inside let's say sign in, and let's minimize this. Let's minimize this like this, and let's also close our file tree. And now inside here, or we can access the subheading. So inside the subheading, now let's use don't have an account. Then we'll use a Nuxt link and we'll try to send them to the sign up page. And let's send them to auth/signup, and this would be like this. And now you can go to the sign up page. So let's add a style. So add class and then empty one. Okay, that looks good. Now also let's add a little bit of colors to the link. So I'll do class text primary 500. All right, looks good now. So let's copy this piece of text. Let's go inside the sign up and let's add that. So I'll go here and I will just change this. Already have an account. Sign in. So like that. So now if you go to the sign up page, we need to put it inside the template and slot, subheading slot. Save it, and there you go. Now you can go to sign in and sign up page. Awesome. Now let's log in. All right, now I am logged in. So the first thing is the page doesn't have any title. So let's do that. But before, let's select an image. All right, so now let's go inside the index page. And here let's add the title. So to add a title inside Nuxt, what you can use a composable, and the name of the composable is use head, and inside that now you can use the title. So the title would be boards. Okay, let's just call it boards. Let's copy this one and let's go to the boards, and you can see we still have the boards because we haven't added anything in the board details page. So here what I would like to add is this. So just below the data value, what you can do is we can add a dynamic variable. So we'll add data.value.name. Let's save it, and you'll have the board name. So now you'll go back and you'll go to the board and you'll see the board name. All right, so it's a good idea to also add, you can also add the template. So if you want to add the template, title template, you can do that. So let's copy this over, title template, and what you can do is you can add it like this, and this would be filled up with the title value. So as you can see, let's copy it. Let's go inside the boards page. As you can see, now you will have this SEO friendly board title. So now that is done, the only thing left is to go inside and to add a delete button inside the form. So let's go inside the form, inside the card, and I'll go all the way to the bottom, and here I'll replace this with a flex and I'll paste it here. I'll then make it what I'm thinking of, instead of adding it here, we can also add the delete button here. So let's try to, can we do that? No, we have to add somewhere here. So just below this button, I will add the delete button. So let's call flex call, and we'll do button, and then I will give the type as button, otherwise it will submit the form. Also do block, and for the variant we'll use ghost, and for the color we'll use red. All right, so let's add the delete icon. So let's, instead of ghost, let's have soft, perhaps. Let's save it. All right, now let's also add a little bit of gap. That's too much. All right, now it looks good. Now you can delete. So let's add the action. So click. Let's use the card. Use card, and let's call the destroy function. Do we have a destroy function? No, so let's create that one. Let's go inside, and we'll just copy it from other resources. So let's copy it from the list composable, and we'll just paste it here. All right, now instead of list ID, we'll have the card ID as well. So cards, and then the card ID, which we'll get from here. String, and we'll say card deleted. All right, so now let's export this one, and what we'll do, let's go inside the cards, and we now have the destroy, and on clicking on the destroy, what we'll do is we will get the function, and then we'll call the list ID, and then what do we get the card ID? We get the card ID as the initial data. So we'll send initial data dot underscore ID. So the thing is, we also need to make sure that we have the initial data. So let's check initial data, and we'll also check for the type. So the type has to be update, only then we will show the delete button. So let's click on add card, and you still see the delete button. I don't know why. So let's try to refresh and try again. Let's also add the inspect, and let's try to add card, and you can see we don't have the delete button anymore. But if you click on here, you will see the delete button. All right, so now let's click on the delete. So we have a hello, and we'll be just clicking on the delete. So let's click on the delete, and you can see the card is deleted. But when the card is getting deleted, we have to make sure we also call the on create or on update maybe. So let's do that. So once the card is deleted, so let's do one thing. Instead of having all inside our template, let's create a function. Let's call it handle delete. Let's go inside the function. Let's call it handle delete. We don't need any parameter. Instead, we'll just have this. And now this time it will be props.listid, and also props.initialdata.id. and after that we'll just call props dot on update, and we'll just call the function. So let's save it, let's refresh, and let's see what happens. Now let's click on it and let's click on delete, and as you can see now it is getting deleted. Alright guys, so now we are done with all the features, all the things. Now we have a polished basic SaaS project which we can use and which we can extend to something more than what we have done. So that's it guys, this is how you create the SaaS. Now it's time we deploy it to the Vercel. So let's close this one and let's start the deployment process. So for deployment, what you need is basically you need all your environment variable, and you have to push the project to your GitHub so that we can use the same to deploy it in the Vercel or any other platform for that matter. So if you have this Nuxt application, you can deploy on any platform you want. I have tutorial for all the platforms. I have tutorial for Vercel, I have tutorial for normal Linux machine, I have tutorial for AWS, I have tutorial for DigitalOcean app platform. So please, if you want to follow something else for deployment, you can free to follow that. You'll find the core video in my channel, so you can do check that out. And if you want to push this on Vercel, then watch the rest of the video. So what you need to do is you need to keep your environment variables ready, and you need to push the repository to your GitHub. So let's push our latest commit, complete project. So let's sync the changes. For deploying, first thing you have to do is you have to log into your Vercel account, and you have to click on add new. So when you click on create new, you would be it would take you to this page, and now you have to select your source. So my source would be my GitHub account. So if you didn't set up your GitHub account, then it will show you connect your GitHub account. Once you connect your GitHub account, you will see all your projects list here. So our project is Trello YT. So let's import this one. So let's click on import, and you can give your project name. I'm just going to keep it as it is. And then for the build output setting, you can give the build output setting, and for the environment variables, now you can add all your environment variables. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over all my environment variable. I'm not going to show that because I will have the database variable as well, which I got from the MongoDB Atlas, and which I can't share because it is crucial. So you put all your environment variable here, and then we'll click on the deploy button. Alright guys, we have added all our environment variable. Now click on deploy. So as you can see, our application is deployed, but there is a problem. If you open the application, you will see a 500 error. That is expected. It is because our auth origin is not set properly. So let's copy this URL, and we have to change one environment variable. So let's go inside the dashboard, and you need to go to the setting, and then inside the setting, go to environment variables, and then you have to change the auth origin. So let's click on edit, and instead of localhost 3000, change it to this, and now click save. Now it will just not work like that. So if you refresh, you'll see it will not work. So what you have to do, you have to redeploy the application. To redeploy, you have to go to the deployments, and inside there, click on this more icon, and then click on redeploy, and click on use existing build cache, click on redeploy. So it will redeploy the application, and then you will be able to see it. And we also need to change one more thing, that is the Stripe webhook secret. Since now our application is now in the internet, so now our application will be able to process the webhook. So we have to add the URL, API URL to the Stripe account, and Stripe account will give us the webhook, which we have to add in the environment variable of Vercel. So let's add that. So I'm going to go to Stripe. So let's go inside the Stripe and let's turn on the test mode again. Let's go to developers. Let's go to webhooks. And now inside here, so hosted endpoints, we're going to click on plus and we have to give the URL. So our URL would be, this API webhooks /stripe, and now we want to select the events. So I'm going to select the subscription, all the events related to the subscription, and invoice as well. Now that's enough, I guess. So let's click add events and let's click on add endpoint. Now you will get a webhook secret. So let's copy that one. So it will give you the signing secret. Click on reveal to get the secret key. Let's copy it. And now let's go back to our deployment. So as you can see, our new deployment is ready. And now if you refresh the page, you will see the sign in page. So let's wait for it. And as you can see, now you have your sign in page. Awesome. So now let's go inside the settings. So I'll go inside the settings and then inside the environment variables, let's go inside Stripe webhook secret. Let's edit it and let's add our key here. Let's click on save. And as you can see, now our project is saved and our webhook will also work. But there is a problem. I still see that there is no header or no title in the authentication pages. So I guess we have forgot that. So let's make some changes in the code and let's make it added. And by doing this, you will also see how you can make changes to the production code and how the redeployment process will work. So I'm going to close the Stripe because we don't need the Stripe anymore. So let's close that. Let's also close our env. Now let's go inside the auth page and then sign in. And here I will just add use head and I'll add the title. The title would be sign in. So let's save it. Let's go to the sign up page. Let's do the same somewhere here. Let's copy it and let's paste it here. Oh, it is created a new page. So let's just copy this one and let's paste it here and let's call it sign up. Let's save it and now let's push it to our Vercel. So you just need to commit your changes and it will basically create a deployment. So I'll just add my commit message and I'll click on sync. And now if you go to deployments, you'll see there will be a new deployment added by automatically. See, now Vercel detected our changes and now it is building the new deployment. So once this is done, now if you go to the page, you will see that the title is changed. So let's now close our VS Code because we don't need that anymore. So let's just open this one and All right, our build is done. Now let's go and refresh. Is it ready yet? Let's check. All right, as you can see, our new deployment is now ready. So let's log in. And as you can see, now I am logged in, and this is the production version of our application, and now it is in the internet, and now you can share it with anyone, and they can also create boards, and they can also use your application. So let's check, go to the billing page, and let's see if it is working properly. And as you can see, now I am inside the billing page and it is working. Let's go back and let's now try to create some lists. So first thing I'll do, I'll just add to do, then I'll create doing, I'll create another one and I'll call it done. I'll create another one, I'll call it backlog. And as you can see, now we have our list. So I want to arrange the backlog to keep it in at the front of the board. So you can just drag it like this, and you can arrange it. So now if I refresh also, you'll see our card stays the same. That means our database is also working properly. All right, so now let's add cards and let's see. So let's say service old, and as you can see, our card is added. Now you can take your card, you can arrange it to any list you want, and it would be all updated in the database. So that's it, guys. That's all we have in this course, and I hope you have enjoyed this journey. And if you have any question, and I'm sure you'll have a few questions, so for that, please join the Discord channel, and inside the Discord you will find a Nuxt related group. So there you can post your questions, and me or the community people will help you solve your query. I hope you have enjoyed the course again, and if you want me to make more of this kind of a video, then please do subscribe, do show me your support. Check the description for all the related links and how you can support me. I'll meet you in the next awesome video. Till then, stay blessed, stay happy. This is Jahid signing off. Bye.